great too.
That sounds good. What's it called?
Reavers, Rievers.
Reavers.
It's in Capitol Hill. They were so good. And there were only 6 of us that showed up. I felt bad because the other game I went to, there were nearly 40, and then there were just 6. But I guess our season's gone to hell. So.
Sounds like a UCLA watch party.
Sounds like what?
A UCLA watch party in Denver.
Did you see them Saturday? They got 350.
It's not.
Is it all ready?
Oh. Ready, Dylan? Okay, thank you. All right, let's get started here. Thank you, everybody, for being here on this holiday week. Okay, this hybrid meeting, the city council, members of the public, view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091#.
Okay, thank you. All right, I will now call meeting to order and ask the clerk to do a roll call vote.
Mayor Douglas,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble,
Present.
Councilmember Madera, Councilmember Teeter,
Present.
Councilmember Chacon,
Present.
Councilmember Kim, Councilmember Dukes,
Present.
Councilmember Ford, Councilmember Douglas.
Here.
Mayor Douglas, you have a quorum.
All right, I need a motion and a second. Just use the members not present. Councilmember Dukes.
I'd like to make the motion.
Okay, Councilmember Ford.
Second.
All right, the motion on the floor to excuse members not present will ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is
Councilmember
open.
Douglas?
Yeah, you didn't ask for discussion on that, but was there a reason given for this absence?
Can you repeat that question for me, ma'am?
I'm wondering if there was a reason given for this absence?
We received a email from Mr. Madera explaining he had another commitment that he could not pull himself away from tonight and wanted to inform us.
Thank you.
Okay, it's a 4-4 tie. So that does not pass. All right, on to public hearing, public comments. All public comments except for those on public hearings will occur now. If you are intending to comment about a public hearing on tonight's agenda, please refrain from doing so until the public comments for that particular item is heard. Public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes each. Person registered to speak for multiple items may speak multiple times. Will city clerk call any virtual in-person speakers, please?
Thank you, Mayor Douglas. The first virtual speaker we have tonight is going to be Roberto Russell. Roberto, if you're in the Zoom meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom, Roberto Russell. Mayor Douglas, I do not see Roberto in the meeting. We'll move on to our next in-person speaker. Our next in-person speaker we have is going to be Ryan Kiefer. Ryan, if you're in the Zoom meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom, Ryan Kiefer. Mayor Douglas, I do not see Ryan Kiefer in the meeting. We will move on to our next our virtual speaker, which is going to be Rana Sanchez. Rana, if you're in the meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom, Rana Sanchez. Mayor Douglas, I do see Rana in the meeting. Rana, you should be able to unmute yourself. You've signed up for the 3 grant writing ordinances and the Metro District ordinance. We will start with the first grant writing ordinance, and you'll have 3 minutes per item, and then we'll go from there. If you could just let me know when you're finished with that item, then your timer will restart and we'll move on.
Okay, I think I'm gonna do the 3 grant writing ones together, if that's okay. And then it's Rana Sanchez, 10680 Waco Street in Commerce City. Good evening, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you tonight. The first item I'd like to address is the $1 million you're proposing to spend on grant writing services. First, that is a lot of money, and while I know that you need to have a plan in place by December 31st, it doesn't appear to me to be a well thought out plan. Again, that is an incredible amount of money, and I don't think these 3 companies have proven themselves this past year to the point that they deserve this amount of money. I looked at the past performance of these 3 grant writing companies, and I don't see that they provided enough funding for the city last year, that they deserve to have their contracts extended for hundreds of thousands of dollars. For instance, you're proposing paying 11th House $400,000. It looks like they only received Adams County grants this year, which I really don't think took them an exorbitant amount of time or skill to get. I looked at the grants Adams County awarded this year, and they awarded over $21 million in grants, and we only received about 1.4 million. The town of Bennett received about 4 million in grants. Again, I don't think those were heavy lifts. Lotus has not received any money this first year. I'm sure they were working on something, but extending their contract for $400,000 without a track record of getting grants for Commerce City seems almost criminal to me. I saw that you're proposing to give FHU $400,000. I noticed you listed the grants they have received in other locations. That really doesn't count since I don't see them being awarded grants here for this first year that they were under contract. I realize that you're under the gun to have something in place by December 31st, but my questions are these. When did you find out that you had to have this in place by December 31st? Second question is, are you really going to commit to spending $1 million on 3 companies that have done hardly anything for you in year 1? As a professional grant writer, I would love it if someone offered me $400,000 after I had worked for them for 1 year and had produced as little as these 3 companies have. That's all I have on the 3 grants. Can I now talk about the Metro District Advisory Commission?
Yep, I will restart your clock now, Rana.
Okay, thank you. Now I'd like to address the establishment of a Metro District Advisory Commission. I applaud you for doing so. However, I think you should rethink your committee makeup. Having 2 people from each ward with 1 at-large person doesn't make much sense to me. There are currently 74 Metro districts in Commerce City, with 3 of them in Ward 1 and none in Ward 2. That means there are 71 Metro districts in Wards 3 and 4, and I think the majority of membership on the board should be from the wards that are impacted the most. I would propose that there be 1 member from each ward with 5 at-large positions. I just highly doubt that people in Wards 1 and 2 will be eager to serve on this commission, since what will be discussed will not really impact them. I know this is anecdotal, but I have friends who live in South Commerce City, and when they hear me talk about metro districts, they always ask me what they are, and they don't seem very interested. They just really don't care since metro districts do not impact them. Thank you, and I wish you all a happy Thanksgiving.
Go ahead, go next person. Or did you? Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. We are going to move on to our next virtual speaker, which is going to be Josh Riggs. Josh, if you're in the Zoom meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom, Josh Riggs. Mayor Douglas, I see Josh in the meeting. Josh, you should be able to unmute yourself. You'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Good evening, council members. I apologize. I was just actually making sure I could register to view tonight's meeting. I actually don't have any comments at this time, so thanks for letting me join in, but I'll defer my time.
Thank you, Josh. Mayor Douglas, we'll circle back to our virtual speakers. Roberto Russell, if you're in the Zoom meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Roberto Russell. Mayor Douglas, I do not see Roberto still in the Zoom meeting. Ryan Kiefer, if you're in the Zoom meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Ryan Kiefer. Mayor Douglas, I do not see either of those virtual members in attendance in the Zoom meeting. We'll move on to our in-person speakers tonight then.
Okay. Now, I know Ryan's trying to connect. He's having problems getting out of Zoom.
Our first in-person speaker tonight is going to be Jackie Valdez, who has signed up to speak on general public comment and the Metropolitan District Ordinance. Jackie, you'll have 3 minutes for each. We'll start with public comment first, and then at the conclusion of your 3 minutes, we'll move on to the ordinance.
Evening.
I am furious. I'm more than furious. I sat here the last time we had our last meeting, and I listened to what you guys proposed. This is downright curious. Do you understand me? Do you understand what you are putting our city in? The financial burden that you are putting on our city? How can you sit there as council and as management of our city knowing what you guys are doing? We are here because we thought you were here for our city, but we are finding out that you're not. There are only certain ones on this board that is for our city, and the rest of you are not. $13 million for a bistro that had been in the red for 2 years? Where in the tarnations is that money coming from? Taxpayers. And how do you have the audacity to sit there and approve something like that, knowing that you could have voted for $5 million to have it completely demolished and rebuilt? Our taxes are going up. People aren't affording their homes. You can't afford food, you can't afford gas, and you have the audacity to sit there and vote for something like this. We can't afford to drive up to the north to go to a restaurant we can't afford to eat in. We can't afford to play golf, not that I would ever play it anyway. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves. And I'm serious. And I'm voting that we do an investigation on finding out why this is happening, why you guys have so much authority to do something like this, to use taxpayers' money to spend on a bistro that was in the red for 2 years. And the moratorium, I mean, come on. The metro districts, the north, I've talked to people up there, they can't afford it up north. And yet you people are doing this stuff. You noticed Oscar in here tonight. This is, it's just ridiculous. I don't know how rich you guys are and how much money you have in your pocket, but I'll tell you what, I'm pretty dang poor. And like I said before, I am going to, and I repeat, I am going to get a bullhorn, I'm going to get in my car, and I'm going to drive all over Commerce City, and Commerce City is going to know what you guys are doing. Every single one of you that voted for it. I commend the ones that said no. I really commend you guys. But you guys need to rethink this, because you know what? All you're doing is harming Commerce City. This is our town. We were here since we were little, and you have no right doing this.
Ms. Valdez, that was your public comment. Now you can go on to your next item. Thank you.
You know, the metro districts, I was brought in on that, and I had nothing to do with it. I think it's ridiculous. People up north don't want it. We don't want it. You're doing it, trying to get a committee going that's going to do nothing but harm. When are you people going to stop this? Do you have any, I don't even know what to say. Do you have anything to care about the people of Commerce City? I know a lot of you are reunion, but you know what? You weren't there before we were. And you guys have no right doing what you're doing. Of course, Oscar's not here. He never is. He never is. It's one excuse after another. And yet, here we are. He's our representative for our ward. Nothing's getting done, nothing. The racing of the cars, the big trucks, the semis coming through. Nothing's getting done. But yeah, one thing, y'all are voting to harm Commerce City. You all have voted to harm it. Not help it, harm it. And you have no right to do it, none. And a lot of people don't know. A lot of people don't know what you guys are doing. This Metro District thing that Oscar so wanted is ridiculous. Nobody wants it. Nobody. And not enough people know about it. No, they don't know about a lot of things that you guys are doing. But they're going to, because I'm going to make sure of it. I'm going to make sure from now on that everybody knows what's going on when you guys vote for something stupid and ridiculous that you voted for. $13 million to revamp a place that had been in the red for 2 years, to raise our taxes to harm. People up north can't even afford to sell their homes. Between the mills and the levies and all this other stuff that's going on, and you guys really? Come on. When are you guys going to wake up? When it happens to you? Is that what it is? Because you may rise, but you can also fall. Every single one can fall as much as you have risen. And I'm telling you now, the man above don't like ugliness. He don't like it. So you all just remember what you have put Commerce City in. We're in a recession, and we're not even in a recession yet. We're headed there, but we're not there yet, but you guys have put Commerce City there. This is my city. I've been in this city for 55 years. And my father used to say how crooked it was. Well.
Could you wrap it up, please? Appreciate it.
So, yeah. I just think it's ridiculous, and I don't believe in it.
Okay.
And I think that you guys need to rethink a lot of things.
Well, thank you for coming in. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Mayor Douglas. Our next in-person speaker is going to be Burke Scott Bew. Burke, you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Hi there. I've been a resident of Commerce City for 64 years and will be a resident for 1 more week. I turn in my keys at Contour Estates a week from today. I checked the box on the public comment sign-up that said public comment, but I specifically wanted to talk about Agenda Item 9, a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement between the city and the Housing Authority. I've spoken to this board before regarding public housing in Commerce City, regarding affordable housing in Commerce City, or the lack thereof. I just wanted to reiterate, as a citizen, I don't understand the benefit of the Housing Authority spinning off as a separate public entity. I don't see what the benefit of that is to me as a citizen, to me as a person who lives in so-called affordable housing. I don't understand it and wish I could understand it better. Commerce City is not alone. As a person who's been shopping around for affordable housing, I know that a lot of entities do it that way. Jefferson County has Metro West Housing Solutions. Boulder has Boulder Housing Partners. I know a lot of them have autonomous entities. I don't understand why, and specifically, I don't understand why it's beneficial to Commerce City, especially with the Housing Authority over at the dog track development right down the hall from the developer and the builder. I have been specifically told by the head of the Housing Authority that there's no such thing as affordable housing. It costs as much to build affordable housing as it does any housing, so there's really no such thing. Well, yeah, but there's millions and millions of dollars of government money flowing to public housing. It seems to go to the builders, it seems to go to the developers, it seems to go to the public housing people, it seems to go to the management companies. Of course, at Contour, the management company is the builder. Where I'm moving, the management company is a separate nonprofit organization. But it just seems like the people who are supposed to benefit from public housing are an afterthought. I mean, they're the last to benefit if there's any benefit at all. What I said to you when I was here a couple weeks ago was Commerce City needs affordable housing. I hope that that will continue to be a priority for you because it's an important need for the community. I also wanted to quickly mention I'm moving to a different apartment where I live at Contour Estates. I'm on the 3rd floor on the west side of the building. I am not going to miss opening my window in the morning and smelling fresh air that is in fact smells like the exhaust of a car because I'm downwind from Suncor. We need jobs. We need an environment.
Thank you. Go ahead and wrap it up.
We need jobs. We need energy, but we also need a clean environment, and we can have all three if we have politicians who will work towards that and not just parrot the oil and gas industry's false lines.
Thank you, Mr. Brew. It's unfortunate you have to leave Commerce City after being here for 64 years. So thank you for coming in.
Thank you, Mayor Douglas. Our next in-person speaker is going to be Scott Van Heusen. Scott, you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. I'm Scott Van Heusen. I live at 7057 Quebec Street. I have one public comment, and then I have 2 agenda items I'd like to speak on. Public comment. This weekend, I attended the unveiling of the mural at Monaco Park. It was amazing. A lot of community support, a lot of interest. Of course, coffee, donuts, breakfast, croissants. The mural was amazing. Cultural Council definitely deserves a big shout out. I believe we just heard from another resident, Rona Sanchez. She's on Cultural Council. I think she writes some grants that we've benefited from. So when she was talking about that agenda item, I really took to heart what she said. More importantly, we had a lot of support from the park rangers were there, city workers were there, Mayor Douglas, Councilmember Douglas also there, and I'm just really impressed by how Commerce City is moving forward and trying to make our areas livable and very pleasant at the same time. That's my public comment. Then I'd like to talk about the agenda item concerning the marijuana dispensary moratorium. I live in Ward 2, and from my house, I'm 5 minutes away from, I counted 9, I think, that are within 5 minutes, 9 dispensaries. That's quite a few, you know, and I don't use marijuana, but as a nurse, I've seen the benefits. My mother, who lives in Commerce City, does use medical marijuana. My partner, who's successfully defeated cancer, uses medical marijuana, and having them nearby has been helpful to them. My late father, a retired Denver police officer, never even thought about any illicit substance, but when he retired here in Commerce City and when he had medical issues, he turned to marijuana. That was good. So I support marijuana. However, we have enough down here in the south side. I think a few more in the north would be fine, but we're already saturated. I'd like to suggest maybe no more licenses, but the existing licenses, if they want to move to another area of Commerce City, or if they want to sell their license, maybe they could take it with them. But we have enough marijuana dispensaries in the south side. I think we should continue to limit the number who would come into that area. And I don't think that we need to, they won't leave unless they sell their license and move it somewhere else. If it's needed in the north, then that would be financially feasible. That's my second agenda item. I'll start with the third now. I'd like to talk about the Metro District Commission or committee that's proposed. I think it's an amazing idea, and I think it's necessary, but not for the reasons that the council member who brought it up on July 15th suggested this. I went back and watched that meeting again today to make sure I didn't hear it wrong. His suggestion was that city staff has enough to do. City staff is required to do what they're doing. I don't think we need to put that onto residents such as myself, who had a very hard time looking at the report that was done, the audit that was done. I'm not qualified for that. I don't think that a commission would be qualified for that. However, I think a commission is an amazing idea because there are other problems with metro districts, and I'd like to hear what those are from people who are suffering with the burden of the metro districts. Also, I think we should have asked the constituents who are in metro districts what the problems are, rather than going ahead and deciding what the commission should do. Maybe you open it up and find out what the duties of this commission should be. And it's not going to be to review the audit. That was what he was initially proposing. The review of the audit needs to continue the way it was done, presented to the city and the council, in my opinion. As far as the makeup of it, I live in Ward 2. We don't have a metro district that I know of, and I know I'm not a member of that. But if you want to start geographically dividing things up, that means that up here, I see 8 people. One of them lives in the southern 2 districts, the other is absent, and the rest of you live in the northern area where metro districts are. If we're going to change the makeup of different districts, I think we need to do it with all of our commissions, all of our councils, all of our boards. I sit on the Planning Commission. There is one member in the Planning Commission who lives in the South 2 districts. That's myself. There is one alternative who also lives in the South 2 districts, but that's an alternate member, and the other 5 live in the north side. It's hard to get people in the South to have the time to want to volunteer for these things. And I think that just saying that you have to have 2 from Ward 1, 2 from Ward 2, 2 from 3, and 2 from 4 is a stretch. I don't think that, if someone wants to apply who lives in Ward 1 or 2, I think that's great. But I think by leaving those, you'll have empty positions. That's all I have to say. Thank you
Mr.
again.
Van Huzen, appreciate that.
Thank you, Mayor Douglas. Our next in-person speaker is going to be Randy Wolf. Randy, you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Oh, I'm sure City Council is more than happy to see this face again, but there's a lot of other subjects that are going on. I got to apologize to you, Mr. Teeter. I'm not keeping you in the loop on some of this homeless stuff that's been going on. I've been speaking with Christy, sent her some pictures, and she even seen for herself some of the stuff that's going on. Right now, in my little part of the world, I haven't seen too much of it other than they are barricaded themselves again at the city park over there with numerous ones. And I was told that they built a fire in the middle of it, not in a fire pit, in the middle of the pavilion. I call it pavilion, covered area, whatever. And so, I spoke with a city worker tonight that were doing cleanup and things there and about. And he said, well, he was going to drive around there, take some pictures or whatever. But the city workers are getting so disgusted with cleanup and cleanup and cleanup and more cleanup. Just is really out of hand. I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. Randy Wolf, 6022 Grape Drive, 45-year resident, homeowner and resident. So right now, I haven't seen any in my area. They're must be finding someplace else new to go to. They're not parking on Holly Street. They're not over on the south side of 270 on 60th Avenue. That, as I just informed Christy that I went by there tonight, and it's gone, but to where, I don't know. And so it's, I was also informed by your city manager that they don't have a plate full, they've got a bowl full of things to handle. It's pretty complicated. Yes, I understand that. I don't expect instant right over the, everything, sweep the streets. But we've got to keep working on it because it seems like everybody wants to keep pushing them our way because you are so easy on them. I don't make the ordinance. If I did, there wouldn't be a single one in town. So it's up to you people to get the ordinances formulated, get them enacted, and get some movement on it. I understand it takes time. I'm giving you a little bit of slack as opposed to one speaker that just spoke a little while ago. Really giving you hell. I thought maybe we'd have to go get a bucket of water to throw on her because she was pretty hot. And I mean, phew. And as far as this gentleman speaking of affordable housing, it seems like if there's any kind of an empty space in Commerce City that you can possibly do that, that's great. I don't know what you're building out in your part of town, in Reunion. There's an awful lot of open space up there. Let's build some affordable housing out there. I don't know what there is being built, what's planned, or anything else. I go out to
Wrap it up,
King Soop's on
Mr. Wolf.
104th, and there is a one massive, big open field to the west and the north. How about that? You know,
Thank you for-
don't put it all in my neighborhood.
Yes.
You know, I don't mind it, but don't continually block party it all the way down wherever you can.
Well, I appreciate your time, sir, and thank you very much for addressing. And I don't like the fact that you have to come in here week after week to let us know what we need to do and we need to be proactive. So I have talked to the city manager and referred. I took pictures. I saw actually tents over there this time and a fire Tuesday night. And so our park rangers are very aware of that.
It's the old saying, you know, the wheels of government move very slow, and it obviously it is, because you have a lot of complications that you have to deal with, you know, legal and, if you want to call it, moral, and to that effect. You know, I understand. I'm not expecting overnight success, but at least let's get it rolling. So it's headed that way to get and I refer to my city because 45 years down there, I consider the old town my city. And also one of the other points I brought up with Christy is I want to put every one of you on a bus from the rec center down there, and I want to take you a tour of Old City to show you what the old people, the old retired people, the old poor people, however you want to phrase it, what we have down there. And it needs cleaned up. Yes, there's one off of Quebec Street that is pretty ratty. But I guess it's all within ordinance. But the point of it is to help some of these people out also that need help with upkeep of their home a little bit. I'm not saying going in and completely strip it and refurnish it and everything else, but a paint job or something, or a yard cleanup, you know, whether you can get volunteers to do that, or whether the city can make some kind of a grant per house that'd be applied for, so the person can apply for a grant, say, well, I need my yard cleaned up, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Help them out, you know. It's pretty hard for somebody that's old to
Thank you,
do
Mr.
that.
Wolf. We are going to have a retreat in January, February. We're going to be discussing just those
good.
measures you're talking about. So I
Yeah,
appreciate your time.
Help the old people in Old Town because they are retired and a lesser of an income than what is out in probably Reunion, and they need a hand,
Yes.
you know? And not upside the head, give them a hand, you know, a hand up.
Right.
Not a hand out.
Appreciate that.
Just a little bit here and there. It doesn't take much.
Councilmember Douglas, did you want to?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for continuing to come in, and I want to let everybody know that when the retreat is announced, it will be made public, and so the public can sit in on it. You can't weigh in, but you can sit in and listen, so look for that coming in the first part of next year. And thank you for coming in again.
Yeah, I appreciate
Mayor
any
Pro Tem
help.
Noble?
Any and all help I can get out of city council, and so would the people that, you know, really need it.
Appreciate
Because my wife goes to the rec center, and she deals with people that are $700 or $800 a month on their meager pensions or Social Security. Hey, how far does $800 go at your place? Not very far.
Nope. Mayor Pro Tem Noble, Mayor Pro Tem Noble? Did you have something?
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much. I just wanted to make clear for everyone that on the consent calendar is a resolution to approve the ACT program, which focuses most of the $7.5 million on the core city. So you will be seeing results very soon. All of us are sorry that it's taken this long, but we are very happy that it's finally going to be moving forward. But I'm pulling some things off the consent calendar. We'll make certain that the city manager discusses those things at the time, after our URA meeting. So we'll go to that then.
Okay.
I know I see a lot of your, what is it, community development trucks going out and about. And I talked to the little gal, and she does a survey on the neighborhoods and stuff like that. So I'm not just saying go out and just, oh yeah, you need this and that and that, you know. If a person knows about a grant to help them paint, you know, but survey it and see if, well, you know, it's not that bad. I think this person really doesn't need it, but it depends on the elderly. You need to research who's living there and if possible, their income, and help them.
Well, thank you, Mr. Wolf. Appreciate that.
Okay, well, anything and everything, even though it's only this much, please, let's make it this much, okay?
All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Douglas. Our last in-person speaker tonight is going to be Brandy Valdez. Brandy, you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Hi, I'm Brandy Valdez. My address is 7550 Kearney Street in Commerce City, Colorado. I'm here tonight to, ask for help. Me and the secretary at Adams City Middle School, we run this thing that we call the boutique. And what the boutique is it's kind of like the Hope Center that the district has, except for we opened it up to anybody in our community. And they can come in and they can get help with clothing, food, hygiene, furniture, anything like that. I actually, over this last week, we've just did 100 food baskets for Thanksgiving that we handed out to families in our community. And so I'm here tonight to kind of ask for, to see if any of you or city council as a whole, whatever, could help with Christmas. We are looking for donations for Christmas toys to adopt families so that we can help out more of our community and also get food boxes for Christmas. One of the things that we've learned is that when we have big breaks off from school, a lot of families go without. They go without hygiene items, they go out without food and things like that. And so we like to try and help take some of that burden off of the families that are really struggling at this time of year. One of the other things that we've really found is it's really hard to find gifts for older teenagers. And so if any of you guys could help, we do have a giving tree at the school. You could come get some tags and buy some items, or if you guys want to donate to it, there's a way to donate. So yeah, that's what I'm here to ask for. I kind of feel, because everybody else is talking about money, I kind of feel like I'm coming in at the last minute. I should have been first, but. So, yeah, if you guys have any questions, I'm always here. You can always ask, or if you have any suggestions or anything like that of places that we can go and maybe ask for some help too, that would be amazing. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Valdez. Wait, Brandy, could you give that information to our city manager to make sure it gets out to all of us?
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you, Ms. Valdez, for everything that you do for this community. You're amazing, and I just need to share that with you so that you know you're appreciated. And where is the giving tree? Is that at Adams City Middle School?
Yes.
All right. Thanks. Thanks for coming back up, because I wanted to embarrass you thoroughly. So.
Thanks.
Councilmember Chacon?
Do you have like a digital link, a GoFundMe, or something online that we can share that with other organizations or others that might be willing to send donations?
We
large
could
donations?
probably make something to do that and then get it out that way, but usually we don't usually put that out there. But we have been really trying to promote our boutique and have like a lot more people come in. So I know like we had a grand opening, I think it was like in the end of September, and we had 1,000 families come to that. And so that it's more kind of like the word of mouth is how we kind of been getting it out to people. And then so like it's kind of went from this little tiny closet to now it's a big huge thing. So I know we've been working on getting a flyer and stuff like that too, so I will get one.
Okay, maybe I'll just be reaching out soon.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mayor Douglas, that concludes our in-person speakers for public comment tonight. I'll ask one last time for Roberto Russell or Ryan Kiefer if you're in the Zoom meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. Roberto Russell or Ryan Kiefer. Mayor Douglas, I do not see any of those members. That concludes all of our public comment tonight.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. Members of the public were able to submit written comments online by mail. Written comments were received by the deadline and incorporated into the updated agenda packet. If follow-up is necessary, you should be expected to be contacted by a staff member. All right, now we will recess from the city council meeting to the City Urban Renewal Authority meeting. I will call the Urban Renewal Authority to order and ask the secretary to roll call vote, please.
Chair Douglas.
Present.
Vice Chair Noble.
Present.
Commissioner Madera. Commissioner Teeter.
Present.
Commissioner Chacon.
Present.
Commissioner Kim.
Here.
Commissioner Dukes.
Present.
Commissioner Ford.
Here.
Commissioner Douglas.
Present.
Commissioner Amador. Commissioner Machuga.
Here.
Commissioner Tedesco.
Here.
Thank you. Chair Douglas, you have a quorum.
All right, I need a motion and a second to excuse members not present. Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
Councilmember Dukes? Second. Okay, the motion on the floor is excuse members not present. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. All right, the motion passes. What do we have, 3 unexcused?
2 unexcused, Mayor, so 10, 10 here, 2 excused.
Okay, thank you. All right, it passes 10 with 2 excused absences. All right, approval of the minutes, and a motion second to approve the minutes. Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
Councilmember Teeter?
Second.
Okay, and the motion on the floor is to approve minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. All right, that passes 10 with 2 excused absences. Resolution URA 2024-007, Second Amendment to the sale agreement. Are there any questions for staff? Any questions online? All right, I need a motion second to adopt resolutions URA 2424-007. Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
Councilmember Ford? All right, any discussion? Nope. All right, the motion on the floor is to adopt resolutions URA 2024-007. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Okay, that passes 10-2. Okay, all right, we'll adjourn to city council meeting. The time now is 6:44. All right, reconvene here. Presentation of marijuana code update and moratorium discussion. I will invite Dylan Gibson, city clerk, to introduce the presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council, and members of the public here and virtual tonight. My name is Dylan Gibson. I am the City Clerk for Commerce City, and I am presenting tonight on some draft marijuana code updates and a discussion on the moratorium that is getting ready to expire early next year. This is a follow-up presentation from what was presented in May of this year at a study session, and with the moratorium being temporarily extended in July of this year. So for our agenda for tonight's presentation is I'm going to go over the security standards update, the potential retail store caps that have been drafted, and then the discussion of the moratorium expiration. So as a little bit of background, on December 5th of 2022, City Council requested a study session on marijuana licensing and a potential moratorium. On April 14th of 2023, City Council directed staff to draft an ordinance on new recreational medical stores in Wards 1 and Wards 2. July 10th of 2023, City Council passed Ordinance 2527 enacting a 12-month moratorium on new recreational and medical stores. From August through September of 2023, City Council adopted new marijuana regulations, which included a new licensing and permit types, such as medical transporters and delivery permits, off-site storage of product permits, testing licensing, and research and development licensing. New and increased setbacks in the Land Development Code were also adopted. In May of this year, as I said just a few minutes ago, City Council received a study session presentation on whether or not to extend the moratorium. Discussion topics during that study session included, but were not limited to, discussion of security and design standards, potential caps on the number of stores within the city, expanding the moratorium to all wards and lifting the moratorium entirely, et cetera. On July 15th of 2024, City Council passed Ordinance 2567, extending the moratorium by 6 months. So the draft security standards that we have put together for council's consideration, depending on how you all feel tonight and the discussion later on in this presentation, will come before you on December 16th for adoption on first reading, and then final adoption on January 6th of 2025, ahead of the moratorium expiration on February 1 of 2025. So new licensees in these draft regulations must specify topics covered in the security plan, which is not currently outlined in our current code. It just says a security plan has to be presented to the Marijuana Licensing Authority. It does not say what needs to be included in specifics. So we highlighted those specifics in that security plan code, which is they need a floor plan that showcases ingress and egress into the premise, the location of all security equipment, how their employees will be trained, and procedure documentation for things like robberies, break-ins, missing product, et cetera. Their draft templates of incident logs and how those will be filed and kept and maintained. How they will have their areas where product and cash or other valuable items will be stored, and how that restricted access plan will work with their employees and members of the public. What theft and robbery prevention members are going to establish on premise, and then if there are any delivery or transfer procedures either between stores or how they will accept delivery of product securely at their premise. Additionally, the draft regulations requires all new licensees to install a professionally monitored alarm system that includes manually triggered silent holdup and duress alarms, failure mitigation and battery backup of at least 4 hours of their security equipment, a licensed 24-hour monitoring company with the company contact information provided to the city, a 1-year incident log of any security violations, and audio and video notification system for entry access. A lot of these, I'll note, already installed in most stores, but we specify it here in the code that it's a requirement. In terms of storage of product and valuables, new licensees will have to have a safe or a vault that is integrated into the premise design. Cabinets and cages may be used for storage with approval by the Marijuana Licensing Authority. All inventory needs to be placed in that safe or vault when the business is closed to the public. If they have any climate-controlled products, so anything that needs to be frozen or cooled, those can be stored in a fridge or freezer as long as those fridges or freezers are incorporated or secured to the building structure itself. And all stores must have concrete bollards in front of all areas that are vulnerable to vehicular impact. These might sound familiar because these are a lot of the regulations that you all placed on the PUD application for the social cannabis store earlier this year. In terms of design standards, all new recreational and medical stores must have concrete bollards, guard posts, or other physical barriers in front of all areas that are vulnerable to vehicular impact. That was, I believe, discussed at the May study session when there was a small string of thefts and robberies at some marijuana stores in Commerce City and also in the Denver area earlier this year. So those are the security and design standards. Another topic of discussion at the May study session was the idea of potential limits on stores. So we have a draft ordinance, if council wants to move forward with that, where it would limit 8 retail stores for the area north of 96 and east of Havana. It would limit similarly 8 retail or medical stores for the area south of 96 and west of Havana. Co-located licenses, so those that have both a retail store and a medical store, or a retail store, cultivation, and a what's called a marijuana-infused product store, so where they cultivate it, they turn it into product, and they sell it all in one. Those would all count, if they're co-located on the same premise, but with multiple licenses, those would count as one store for the purpose of the limit. And no new license could be issued by the Marijuana Licensing Authority until the area has fewer than 8 stores. So the impact on this would actually be that we only have one currently pending store north of 96 and east of Havana, which is Social Cannabis. That hearing will be on December 16th at 1:00 p.m. here in the chambers for those members of the public interested in that hearing. Which would mean that there would be potentially 7 licenses of a store, retail or medical store co-located license available for the area north of 96 and east of Havana. Conversely, there are 13 stores south of 96 and west of Havana. So 6 licenses would either have to be surrendered by the licensee, sold through what's called a change of controlling beneficial ownership, revoked, or voluntarily surrendered, as I said, before a new license could be issued south of 96 and west of Havana. The reason why we've drafted proposals for a geographic boundary rather than a ward boundary, doing it by ward, is because with the future growth of the city, we're coming up on the 2030 census here in another 5.5, 6 years. So there could be an impact where if we limited it by store, that geographic boundary of the ward changes, and now we've got stores over the limit in a certain ward. So geographic is the proposal in the staff draft ordinance, but again, that would be entirely up to council of what you would like to see before you, if you would like to see a limit on stores in the city at all. So for some local comparisons, Denver is only accepting what are called social equity applications until July of 2027, and then unless it's changed, as of now, they would open applications back up to any licensee or any applicant for a license after July of 2027. Thornton has a limit of 4 total retail stores, 1 per quadrant, and again, those are geographic limits, not a ward limit. Aurora has a limit of 24 total retail stores, and that's divided as 4 per ward. And then Brighton recently legalized, and part of their regulations is that they are limiting 4 total stores throughout their entire city. In terms of the moratorium, as I discussed in May and then previously at the previous city council meetings in 2022 and 2023, we try and schedule these presentations to discuss the moratorium about 3 months in advance, so that way we can determine whether or not council wants an ordinance before them temporarily extending the moratorium again, or letting that moratorium lapse and we can remove that from our code. Depending on council's direction, we will schedule an ordinance either extending or repealing that code provision, establishing a moratorium at the December and January meetings. The moratorium considerations, again, if you want to extend it, you need a purpose of a moratorium, specified duration of the moratorium, and outline what type of licenses you want impacted in that moratorium. So that's a lot of information at once. What I'm needing from council is a couple decision points tonight to see how you'd like to proceed forward for your December and January meetings in terms of what ordinances you would like. So the first decision point or question I've got for council to consider is, does council agree with the staff's recommended security, storage, and design updates? If yes, the ordinance will be scheduled for December 16th on first reading. If no, is there anything else that council wishes to reasonably add to this ordinance that we could get ready for the December 16th meeting? So Mayor, I'll stop there and I'll let council offer any suggestions or comments. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much. I'm going to speak to a couple of things, but there is a lot on my mind right now. First of all is the map. The map says north of 96th and west of Havana. You are a whole quadrant of Commerce City is left out. Bell Creek, River Run, River Oaks, Dunes Park, and it's being considered for some reason as part of South Commerce City. When we originally did the moratorium was for wards 1 and 2. According to previous districting, then we redistrict the wards and changed the boundary lines so that Ward 1 went all the way from Suncor up to 120th. Mm-hmm. So the mapping of this, just in general, is wrong. It needs to be fixed somehow. Also, Nexus in the south, in Ward 4, goes all the way down to Pena Boulevard, not 96th. We have industrial from 81st down to Pena, or 88th down to Pena. So that's an area that's being fully left out of this map as well. But most importantly, there is a marijuana licensing authority hearing coming up, and it has been critical to me to make sure that as many of the constituents as possible in Ward 4 are aware of it, whether they support it or they don't support it. That doesn't matter. I just want to make sure that they're aware. I don't want people coming to me and saying, how did this happen? I want to make sure they understand what's happening. But I realized that the regulation that we have is not very specific on sharing information. So I believe that the city council needs to change the regulation, the language in the regulation, to do two things. One of them is to make sure that there is contact information. There is not. So if you want to express opposition or support, there's no name, there's no email, there's no address within the regulation. The applicant has gone by the letter of the law, but not the spirit of the law. And the second is that there is no requirement for it being translated into Spanish. So all of this time that these 14 dispensaries were being approved in South Commerce City, at no time were they written in Spanish, nor was the signage in Spanish. And that's just not right at all. So those things need to be changed. The map is wrong, and then also we need to have the regulation updated, just period.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. If any members of council don't object, I am happy to include that there needs to be contact information in the noticing, and that the notices need to also be translated in Spanish in those code updates. I think those are really good suggestions. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Any other council members have questions?
Specifically on, sorry, Councilmember Douglas, specifically on the draft security standards, storage standards, and design standards that we've discussed in this presentation. That's what I'm looking for, decision points on those. So I've got the two additions that Mayor Pro Tem has. I'm looking for any other comments or questions or additions to those security standards.
Okay, Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. No issues with what Mayor Pro Tem brought up. I think those are some great suggestions as to what you actually have regarding DP number 1. I've got no concerns with it all. So I want to make sure you're aware.
Thank you, Councilmember Kim.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no issues as well with the Mayor Pro Tem's comments around contact information as well as translation. And I have no issues with the security standards and storage requirements. Thanks for your work on that.
Thank you, Councilmember Dukes.
Councilmember Ford.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I have no problem with Mayor Pro Tem's comments, and I'm fine with the recommended security, storage, and design updates.
Thank you, Councilmember Ford.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Tonight, I heard you say that that there was a hearing that's going to be scheduled for 1 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
On the notice, and I've seen it, there was nothing that said that people could come in person at 1 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
That should be included as well. Thank you. In my opinion.
Are you okay with dishes and points on number 1 as far as security, storage, and design updates?
Yeah, I haven't dove into that but yeah, as much security as possible, especially, yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Douglas.
Councilmember Teeter, what's your thoughts on decision 1? Do you agree with it?
I'm willing to go along with staff's recommendations, and I agree with Mayor Pro Tem's comments.
Okay.
Thank you,
Councilmember
Councilmember
Chacon.
Teeter.
I have a quick question on security. Will there be working with the security staff or any type of contractor for like actual security, a person there?
I'll tell you, most stores have somebody that they'll hire out as part of that 24-hour company that they're required to have on, I don't know what to call it, retainer, basically, to have those security equipments monitored. There's nothing in here that requires them to have a 24-hour security guard, but a lot of those security pieces of equipment, like the silent alarms, the under duress alarms, right, function very well from what I understand. But in terms of like having required security guard there, there's nothing that requires that as of now.
I'm fine with all standards for storage and for Mayor Pro Tem's recommendations as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Chacon.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'm fine with security, storage, and design updates for decision point 1.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Douglas. So that brings us to our decision point number 2. Does council agree with staff's recommended store limit amount, right? So we've proposed 8, 16 locations total in the store with a replenishing cap based on the geographic areas. I know Mayor Pro Tem has already brought up the way that we've put the language in there for those boundaries of what those 2 areas are. It might be simply a change of anything east of Havana, west of Havana, but I'm, whatever council wants in terms of that geographic area, and then also that store limit. So if council agrees with it as drafted, the ordinance will be scheduled for December 16th. If council doesn't agree with the ordinance as drafted, does council not wish to limit stores at all? Does council wish to change the limit of the number of stores in the city or the geographic areas? So that's decision point number 2 for council's discussion, Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. So got a hard time with this one. We have 14 right now, and I think we have potentially a 15th one coming up here.
Just
Highway
one.
2 and 104th off at the 7-Eleven, called a relaxation stop. I think that's coming up as well, unless you guys haven't heard about it yet.
I don't have any pending application.
I don't know if that's actually a new one or not, or if that's actually a massage parlor, or is it really a actual dispensary? You don't think it's marijuana? No.
It's just a massage parlor.
It's
or
just a massage parlor?
Massage therapy clinic.
Good to know. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. One of the things that a comment was made, and I just wanted to, first off, I don't agree with the numbers. I think if we can reduce that even further, that would be great. I think having 14 is enough within our city. But the question either for you or potentially city attorney was, one of the speakers earlier mentioned regarding existing dispensaries to being allowed to move elsewhere. But also at the same time keeping in line with a set number. Is that legally viable? Is that something we could potentially do, not do?
So I think if your question is, can an entity that has a current license move to a different location? That's the
Yes.
question. I don't know off the top of my head what our code states. Do you know, Dylan?
I do. Currently under state law and the Commerce City Code, and licensee can transfer their location to another facility location. But that transfer basically treats that transfer application as a new application. So they have to have a pre-application meeting. They have to have their zoning approval. They have to have a public hearing and a new needs and desire survey where they hire a professional company, go out and door knock on all the local businesses and residents within half a mile of that area, hold a public hearing, and then go to the marijuana licensing authority hearing officer and get approval for that new location.
So it's possible then?
It's possible.
It's difficult for them, but it's possible.
Correct. So for example, now, right, if a store wanted to move from Ward 1 to Ward 2, that would be prohibited because of the marijuana moratorium, because that would be treated as a new license, because it's a new location, new license within the city.
Okay, so my recommendation is, I don't think 8 and north of 96 and 8 south of 96 is actually a good number there, totaling 16. I think if we brought that down to more like 14 or less, I think I'd be okay with that, to include allowing, I don't know if you have to change any language, but I mean, if that gives the ability to let people move who's already here, obviously having a lifted moratorium would be ideal as well. But definitely lower that number from 16 to 14 or 12.
So your proposal would be for 7 licenses in the 2 geographic areas?
Yes.
Okay. So that would mean that if there's currently 13 stores in that first southern portion geographic area, they would have to have 6 licenses surrendered for that before a new license could be issued in that area. Okay.
That's all. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Okay, thank you, and keep this up. We actually need a literal map to show this because of the inaccuracy on this page. So it can't be north of 96th when Nexus goes all the way down to 81st. It can't be east of Havana when there is nothing in Bell Creek or the industrial area that's between Havana and 85, Dunes Park, River Run, River Oaks, you know, all the other areas that are up there. See that whole area?
So this-
You're using this line, Havana, the blue line,
Correct.
as if somehow that's the mark. It isn't. That is the Ward 1 boundary, but we redistricted, and therefore it's inapplicable in this case. It has to be geographic as opposed to by ward.
So Mayor Pro Tem, what would be your?
You said it wasn't going to be ward anymore, but this is ward.
So
right?
this is geographic as it's written. So let's say in 2030, we redistrict and now, you know, this portion that we're discussing here in this little V area that's kind of carved out, let's say that's
Okay,
now.
And I have to apologize. I left my headset at home tonight.
Okay.
So you need to speak slowly
Okay.
and as clearly as possible into the microphone because I'm getting every other word. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I'm sorry. So what I was saying, Mayor Pro Tem, is the reason why, so it currently is along this ward geographic boundary, but the reason why we've written it as a road boundary rather than a by ward is because let's say in 2030, when we redistrict again, and potentially this area that we're talking about that isn't covered as it's currently written on the north of Havana, or north of 96, east of Havana, this portion could be Ward 3, and now we've got 3 new licenses in Ward 3 that weren't there whenever these regulations were written.
There are none. There are none in this blue area.
Correct.
Except for one, I have visited a chocolate manufacturer, marijuana chocolate, just about a block or 2 north of 96 in the business park.
Correct.
I think there's a dispensary now there also. Correct?
I believe that's SR Colorado,
Okay.
and yes.
There has to be an acknowledgement that there is an entire community over there. And if you go to the right side of the screen and you go to the red and all the way down, that takes you all the way down to 81st. This is leaving out an entire industrial area. So the boundaries don't work, is what I'm trying to say. The boundaries don't work. The other is that 8 is too many. And the reason it's too many is because we just did a comprehensive plan. We just spent 4 years doing a comprehensive plan. We interviewed, according to records, we had touch points with 32,000 people. And they did not say what Commerce City needs now are more dispensaries. People did say they needed more markets. They said they needed more restaurants. And if we start giving up land to dispensaries, we are not going to have the land available for restaurants and for markets. And that's what the residents want in my ward, and I believe residents want in other wards also. Hopefully, Commerce City has learned from the mistakes it made in the core city, in South Commerce City. That was abusive and it was wrong. But that doesn't mean that when we learn a lesson, that we suddenly decide, oh, let's repeat it. Let's do the same thing all over again because someone else showed us that that's the wrong way to do it. We all need to do it the wrong way. Nope. That doesn't make any sense. We're trying to turn a new leaf for Commerce City, and it needs to start somewhere. Restaurants and markets are what people want to see, and we're actually spending hours and hours and hours on the subject of marijuana. instead of talking about the things that the residents of Commerce City actually want. The majority of residents. I defy anyone to look in the comp plan and do a word search and come up with dispensaries. It's not there. Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you. Dylan, I have a couple questions, or clarifying. One's a clarifying question around the concept of surrendering. When you have to surrender 6 license, what does that process look like, and what is that? Are we taking businesses away, or can you talk about what that means?
So surrender is initiated by the licensee, Councilmember Duke. So they're saying, for whatever reason, they're transferring to another city, they're not making enough money to keep operations going. What they do is they basically send a letter to the state marijuana enforcement division and the local licensing authority, which is our licensing coordinator and our hearing officer, saying, hey, we're closing up shop, we're surrendering our license, it's no longer active as of this date. So it's a voluntary
It's
surrender.
a voluntary process.
Correct.
Okay.
Revocation is the forceful, and that hasn't happened since I've been here. Where we've revoked a marijuana license.
Okay, so a follow-up question to that. With the limit, whether it's 16 or 14, we're not asking the city to go in and tell people to surrender their license, correct?
No, so we're saying with the store limit, essentially, if whatever geographic area that we have, and as it currently exists, if there's a overage of that limit, a new license in that geographic or that ward area, however council wants to write the ordinance, could not be issued until that number of licenses in that geographic area and that ward goes underneath that maximum, so a new license can be issued. So those stores could be there another 10, 15, 20, 30 years, and we just never issue a new store in that area because it's over the limit.
Okay.
But if it went underneath, somebody could come in and apply because it's now underneath that limit.
Okay, thank you. The other question I have is, from your experience and your expertise, is there a threshold? Does it matter from 16 to 14, or like what's the rationale behind around that? And also going back to like you have the cities as other examples. Like, can you share a little bit of the thought process behind 8 and 8?
Sure, yeah. So the 8 and 8, essentially, whenever we look at, and I'll go to our statistics on the supplemental slides, because we have currently 13 retail stores, which is one retail store closed since I came to you in May of this year. Essentially saying if we have 13 licensees existing, having 8 and 8 would put the city at 16 licenses total throughout the city. So an increase of 3. One is already pending.
Okay.
And that would be 8 in whatever geographic, or if we wanted to do 4 per ward, and then it's 4 in Ward 2, 4 in Ward 1, 3, and 4, we could do that as well. Again, this is just a jumping off point for council's discussion.
Okay.
I was trying to draft something that I think could be implemented as written, but as council wants to change that geographic boundary, change it to a ward boundary, change the number, right? That's what I want you all to plug and play with as a body.
Thank you. And this question, I don't know if it's for you or Jason or City Manager Rogers. Is there a risk, an unintentional consequence if we do move from 16 to 14? Or is that too hard to tell? Because, I guess I'm recapping it. What I'm hearing you say, Dylan, is that 8 and 8 is really subjective, right? And it's based on the numbers and some data here. And so there's a conversation around moving it down. And I'm curious, like, is there an impact or not, or potential impact if we moved it?
I'll say before, as Jason, City Manager Rogers is contemplating his answer, from a licensing standpoint, right? It's just that we advertise on our website once we reach the limit in that area, or as people come to us, we just say, we've hit that limit. They could broach an existing licensee and buy them out through a change of controlling beneficial ownership if they wanted to. They were really interested and they could find somebody willing to sell their license.
Okay.
Otherwise, they have to wait until that maximum, whenever council sets in that geographic area that they're looking at, goes under, so they could apply for that new license that's now available.
Okay.
Does that make sense, Councilor?
Yeah, it does. And City Manager, I have another question, if that's possible. It's about up north, the PUDs. Every new license for marijuana will have to go through a PUD process, right, up north?
That is correct, sir.
For amendment. So if we were to even reduce it, you still have to go through a whole separate process to get approved for a modification for PUD. Is that correct?
Yeah, even in the rare instances where locationally it may work out, there's probably going to be the need to refine the PUD zone document because at the time in which the majority of those PUDs were established, we weren't discussing a legal right within the state of Colorado for marijuana. So yes, no different than what you saw with social cannabis, there would be some additional process that would be necessary.
And I had that one question, Mayor, is that okay if you can answer the question about the impact?
I'll have you get back in the queue, but I want you to answer that question, though. I'll allow you to answer that question. Does-
The impact, yeah, going back to the question around the impact thank you, Mayor.
You know, the first thing that comes to mind is obviously going to be the sales and use tax generation that comes from marijuana. I do not have that number from our 2024 budget on hand, but as Dylan is, he is a good city clerk. There you see it as representative based off of what we've collected. Now, you know, overall speaking, we as a city collect in the range of 102 to 106 million from sales tax revenue generation over the year. So when you think about just in 2023, $10 million alone, or excuse me, $2 million alone, that's still not, it's not huge, but it's not insignificant. I liken it to that 2 million goes to pay for certain city functions, directly or indirectly, whether it's personnel or it's resources or programming on a number of different things. So while there's a great appreciation for what people desire and want and what we are electing to try to capture in our comp plan, economic development strategic plan, and elsewise, we also have to be mindful about what we do have in our community that is a part of our tax base, part of our structure, and how to ensure that we're providing the necessary, I'll call it structure, for it to be successful and not to be a hindrance to our community, but also ensuring that we're able to still realize the maximum potential within the rules and regulations that don't create, where do I find another 2 million for my budget to be able to meet some of the things that we're already providing or trying to expand for our residents.
Councilmember Dukes, can you answer that decision number 2 on the limit, store limits, amounts? Do you agree?
Oh, I thought we were having this discussion. Did everyone go through already, or? Oh,
If we need to circle around so council can hear from each other, Mayor, I'm
yeah, I would
fine
prefer
with that
for
as
now.
well.
Yep.
Okay. Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. You know, I take a little bit different approach than some of what I've heard. I have to agree with the Mayor Pro Tem on the division of the city. I think you have to take and pick a line and say this half and that half, or this quarter and that quarter, but it has to be a clear, straight line. So if 96th is the line, it's from the west part of our city to the east part of our city, and draw that straight line. Because otherwise that Havana Street thing, I think, messes things up. Back in the day when we approved marijuana regulations to begin with, we had a setback between stores. That setback was based on how many stores could actually come into our city and kept it at a minimum. And when that was lifted, I was opposed to lifting that at the time. When that was lifted, it allowed stores to become next to each other, side by side, and it has created a negative impact for the southern portion of our city. You can only have so many before there's a race to the bottom in any industry. And I don't think that's healthy for the businesses. I don't think it's healthy for the community. And when you say 8 in the south, 8 in the north, my opinion is I still think that's too many. I think 4 in the south and 4 in the north would be more than ample. I'll go along with the collective because I think we have to be very careful that we don't continue to add more stores in the south because I believe it's oversaturated. And I know a little something about the industry. and I think it's oversaturated. And I don't know as though I would like to see 8 up north. I think that is too many. I would rather see it be 4 and 4. Of course, those businesses that are already here get to keep their license. They get to continue to operate until at which time they either go under or surrender their license voluntarily. So it's not like anybody's being harmed. They can continue to operate. But I do believe that too many of one thing in one area can be harmful to that industry, as well as it can be harmful to the neighborhoods. So that's my approach, a clear designation of north and south rather than Havana Street. And I think that 4 on each side of the city is plenty. That's my opinion.
All right. Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. I wholeheartedly echo everything that Mayor Pro Tem Noble said. One of the reasons this came forward to begin with was because both the Mayor Pro Tem at that time, Jennifer Allen Thomas, and I were approached by constituents. And they said, what the hell's going on? Why do we have this saturation of cannabis shops in our area? We already are stigmatized by a lot of things that we have to live with. And so the idea wasn't necessarily to push everything to another part of the city or make it equal. It was just that, like Mayor Pro Tem Noble said, when you make a mistake, you learn from it and you don't repeat it. So I'm looking at this limit on stores, and that's on page 12. So Denver is only accepting social equity applicants. I have no idea what that is. But then I look at Thornton, which is much larger than us, and they are limiting it to 4 retail stores, period. They're ahead of the game. Aurora is huge, over 200,000 people, and they're limiting it to 24. Brighton has all of the commercial and retail that we should have, and we don't. They are limiting it to 4 stores. So they get all of our economic development leakage, the money that should be coming into us for a tax base, and then we have to look to marijuana, and it's only 10 million over 8 years total. That's really a drop in the bucket. We could be getting that elsewhere. I've also talked to someone who's an expert, that's his job, with a major, major international corporation. And he actually served on the Blue Ribbon Committee with myself and Mayor Pro Tem. But other businesses look at this as what they call a sin industry. And so they don't want to come and do business around marijuana. They just don't. And that's a fact. So to me, the fewer the better. This is how we got ourselves into this mess to begin with, because people don't look at quality of life. They look at how much money they're going to put into the coffers. What does it get us in the end? It doesn't. We are not delivering the quality community for a lifetime that we have promised our people who live here and want to come here and want to stay here. We're pricing people out by having things that are set up, that the money doesn't come to us, it goes to the developer coming in. It baffles my mind how this could even be brought up like this. Again, yes, I am very passionate about it, but I'm passionate about this city. And I want to deliver what we promised our people to our people. We had a beautiful celebration of a mural that volunteers and a volunteer grant writer for the Cultural Council delivered to our community on Saturday. We need more of that. Not this. We need markets, we need restaurants, we need commercial, we need to serve our citizens. That's all I have to say on it. The fewer, the better.
So, Councilmember Douglas, thank you for that. So far, Councilmember Kim has proposed 14 total. Councilmember Ford has proposed 4 or 8 total in this city. Are either of those numbers ones that you agree with, or do you have your own number that I can go back?
No, I don't agree with any of them. The fewer, the better. I would go one more in each whatever, and keep them in the industrial part of the city, not where the residents are living.
Okay, before I go to a second round, Councilmember Teeter, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Well, just in keeping up with the rest of the cities where it's pretty much 4 per section, I pretty much like Councilmember Ford's comments on 4 in the north and 4 in the south.
Thank you, Councilmember Teeter.
That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Chacon.
I really appreciate what Mayor Pro Tem and what Councilmember Ford mentioned, to tell you the truth. I do not agree with the geographic areas. We need to go by ward. I think we stigmatize each ward further, as we already are, if we don't focus on how many per. I do appreciate the 8 in total. So 4 in the north, 4 in the south. This is just too many. We're going to design these businesses to fail if we oversaturate as is, and it is concerning in the south. What are we saying about our community when the best commercialization we can get is weed? So I think that we kind of need to think bigger in that aspect of when we're asking for commercialization, how we deliver. I do appreciate your work in that space, but I just feel this is just too much. And I'm pro marijuana. I understand the need for it, especially for our vets in the space. But this isn't okay. And it is, the fewer the better if we could even have less, because what are we condoning in certain spaces? Do we want to make this like a liquor store? Like, we really have to look at our city for if it's going to be a quality of life, what type of quality we are offering. So I would like to have less. I think 16 or 14 are just far too many. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chacon. Real quick to clarify, you said you would like to see it by ward with 8 total, so that would be 2 per ward then?
2 per ward.
Okay.
2 per ward.
All right, let me jump in here. I had a question on recreational stores because you list Havana, but there are stores on Dallas. Is that correct, up north?
Yes, Mayor Douglas. There's at least SR Colorado, if not a couple others. You're talking about over here on Dallas, correct?
Right. Now, are those recreational, are those cultivation?
SR Colorado is a store, as well as Kind Henderson. The others are manufacturing.
So we got 2 already?
In the industrial, on this, I believe this is around 9690 Dallas Street, correct?
2 retail, right?
Correct.
What about medical?
Let me pull up my store list here real quick. So for medical, are you talking about medical store or what type of license?
Yeah,
medical
sale.
store. We only have 1 medical store in the entire city, and that's going to be over here on 5385 Quebec Street for NNG Enterprises.
Okay. Because, we have to look at medical and recreation. There has to be also give an opportunity for medical.
Well, that would be on the licensee, Mayor Douglas. So
Okay.
a licensee comes and they say they want to do a recreational retail store and a medical store.
Sure.
Or just a medical or just a retail. So it's whatever the licensee is looking to do. We've had, if I go back to my presentation here, quite a reduction in the number of people wanting to, or quite a reduction in the number of medical licenses over the last year or so. We have had just one store, but whenever I started here, we were about 4 or 5. So there's been about 3 or 4 stores that have licensees that have a recreational and a medical store that closed down their medical side and only wanted to keep the recreational side.
Okay, so when we're talking about marijuana code and update and all that, it has to do with cultivation as well, or is it just for retail?
So those licensees are carved out under state statute of what they entail, and then also our marijuana code, right? So somebody, if they have a facility, there are a couple in the city where they have a cultivation where they grow and cultivate the plant. On the same premise, they have a marijuana-infused product. So they take that cultivation, they turn it into tinctures and oils and edible products. And then they also have a retail store. So in the same physical address, they have 3 different licenses. And they go from cultivation to manufacturing it to selling it all in-house, basically.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep.
The other thing is, to me, if we're going to allow marijuana in wards, it needs to be done by year. So I would say that the next license would be not until 2028. Another one, 2035, another one, 2038. And the reason why I say that, just like liquor license, you had mom and pop stores, and then you had the big corporations come in and put grocery stores in. They bought liquor licenses, but they had to buy up a smaller store within a radius. They didn't have to go outside that radius. But the state limited them to give the mom and pop opportunity to have a place and grow. What I'm looking at is we need opportunity for retail and the commercial to come in between that time so we can catch up. Because we got $1 billion of leakage. And that leakage, I've not seen one leakage about marijuana. It's all about the goods and services people need inside their homes on a day-to-day basis. And so I say if we're going to have this, we need to limit it when it comes in, and then have a limit. I think when it comes to, I'm not for wards, because what it was is we were back when Councilmember Ford was the mayor. We looked at industrial, and that's where they end up now. And it was kind of backwards. It was the fact that it was really a race to get one in, and then they started coming in. Then we asked to do setbacks between. It wasn't the other way. I was also one who did not want them to be next to each other. I didn't like those green miles we have here. Those are interests in Commerce City. That's not a good perception for us. It's too late for that. I don't want to see that be repeated. And the fact that we have industrial off of 81st and Tower, that's an area right there, warehouse. That's right there on the border. Those are areas that could be, I think we need to be strategic about where these go and not just based on PUD. Let's study this. But for right now, my thought on this would be stretch it out and then have the next one come in. Like I said, 2028, we're going to have 4, next one 2035, and then limit it. So that's where I'm at.
So Mayor, are you saying we only allow one new license regardless of area in the city in 2028, then 2035, then 2038?
Well, in the new area. So if we're going to allow it, because it's already saturated down below. So, and if we limit that number, then it would have to, I guess, based on self-reduction, we get to a point, we can't add any more in certain areas, but the other areas we could, but that would just be 1 in 2028, just because of retail and commercial spaces. We don't want to get it where, okay, yeah, we're going to do this year, and all of a sudden that puts us out. We have to be very creative with our retail and commercial. So I'm saying let's, if we're going to do it right and do it in spaces so it gives us as a city time to catch up.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, second round, Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. Hearing what the rest of council members had talked about too and all, obviously I want to recant my statement regarding, I think 14 is way too many, especially when you look at a map. I mean, we're already oversaturated in the south as it is, right? So do we want to make that mistake again, to Mayor Pro Tem's point? Councilmember Ford's point, 4 and 4 makes sense, if anything. The other thing that I wanted to ask about was that the definition of social equity. What do they mean by social equity?
Sure. So that's a state license type. Essentially, what that allows is for a person who is from a disproportionately impacted community to get fast-tracked in their license at the state level if they have a sign-on from an existing licensee. So my understanding is that a person of that background would go to an existing licensee and say, hey, I want to be a social equity license with you. You have to get that partnership and that buy-in, and they also have to operate out of that same premise. So it's like a sponsorship program for those trying to get into the industry that were previously impacted by the prohibition on marijuana in Colorado prior to 2013. So it adds a new license, but it has to be in an existing facility, and it's only open to those from those disproportionately impacted communities. Since I've been here, only had one person ask about doing a social equity in Commerce City, and then they, for whatever reason, went elsewhere. So we haven't had any interest in that in quite some time, but that is an option that Denver's doing, where they're only opening licenses up to those social equity applicants until July of 2027, and then it's until they change it, reopen back to the general public for application.
The other question I had was regarding the effects on current license. Obviously, I think you said we only have the one right now. What is that, social cannabis, I believe?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Social cannabis?
Uh-huh.
Is that the only license currently that's out there? That's, or actually, did they even apply for a license yet?
Yes, they've got their application in. Their hearing, as I said earlier, is on December 16th.
Okay.
Before the Marijuana Licensing Authority. Again, City Council approved the PUD amendment to allow marijuana. City Council doesn't grant the license. That power has been delegated to the Commerce City Marijuana Licensing Authority, which you've appointed the hearing officer for. So the licensee applicant will present their case before that hearing officer, as well as, if anybody's there to testify, any written comments that we receive, and then the city also has an attorney assigned to represent the city's position.
Okay, thank you very much. And just to be clear, I think the idea as far as 4 and 4 does make sense to have 4 in the north, 4 in the south. However that's broken out, that's whatever, but thank you.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. I agree. I think the 4 and 4 makes sense. How it's broken out north and south, and 13 right now is a lot based on removal of some of the earlier code and criteria, and I think it's become oversaturated. So I'm a big believer in quality, and this seems like this would give an opportunity to have quality stores in both areas. So I'm okay with the store limits at 4 and 4.
Okay. So did you get your?
Mayor. So it seems like unless there's an objection or a majority of those that wouldn't like to see it, it seems like 8 total stores, 4 and 4 cap. The only thing that I would ask is some assistance on how you want that north-south new area core city established. Is it a diagonal line basically from corner to corner up through the Arsenal? Or how are you wanting that firm line between the 4 and the 4 established? Looking to Councilmember Ford or Councilmember Kim or Councilmember Dukes or Councilmember Teeter, who's brought this up, or anybody else that wants to help me kind of write this revision to the draft ordinance before
Councilmember
the
Teeter?
16th.
I'd say south of 96, 96 to be the borderline.
And to Mayor Pro Tem's point, Councilmember Teeter, right, 96 does go all the way across, so we'd have this industrial area down here in the southern part of Ward 4.
96 until it gets to the east edge of the Arsenal, and then have it surround around to 64th. And keep the north in the north and the south in the south.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, let me see if I can do some on-the-fly lineage here. So are you talking about essentially that?
No. Well, I guess what I was talking about would be go straight down 96 to Tower, and then go south on Tower down to 64th, and put that part of the north, and then from 96th west would be part of the south. Is that pretty much divided in half?
So you're saying more like that?
So what I think he's saying, Dylan, is that the dividing line would be 96th Avenue from Interstate 76 over to the easternmost edge of the Arsenal, running south along that borderline down to 81st Avenue, where it connects from the city of Commerce City to the city of Denver. And then everything to the east over to the airport would be considered the northern range as it pertains to the medical marijuana or marijuana. And then everything
Mr.
south
City
of that
Manager.
line would be the core city. That's what he was trying to convey.
All the way west.
You're next. You're next.
There you go.
Yeah. You good? Councilmember Teeter,
Pardon?
is that okay?
Yes, that's exactly what I was trying
All
to
right.
say.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you for explaining that, City Manager Rogers. That does solve the problem on the boundaries. That helps. Our current regulations have dispensaries by right in Industrial 1, Industrial 2, Industrial 3, and Commercial 3. What is Commercial 3? What is that?
Commercial 3 is our most intensive commercial district, so it allows a broader commercial use type than what you would find in C1. So think you could do hotels, gas stations, you could do massage therapy clinics, where those may be limited or allowed by conditional use in your C1 or C2 category.
Okay. So I still think that that's probably the best idea in those locations. The issue that I had with the proposed dispensary at the corner of 104th and Tower was its location. Because of what we learned in Las Vegas when we were at the retail convention, and the fact that the setback was changed. Does this change the setback, or is that still, it's still at 1,000 feet, unless, of course, the city council votes to change it?
That's correct, Mayor Pro Tem. So see here, setbacks. So those are your current setbacks in the land development code. Those, I'm not proposing changing any of that.
Okay.
To your point about the uses, that is in our land use table, but I don't think we can preclude somebody that owns a property within a PUD from applying to amend that PUD. So, right, with social cannabis or anybody else up in the Ward 3 and 4 areas, if those are PUD, I mean, it would be obviously on city council to approve that, but a landowner has the right to apply for that change of use. And then if it's granted, like social cannabis, apply for that license if council approves it. So, yeah.
Okay. And it isn't just veterans who use, it's also old people. So I know that convenience is important to old people also. I think, did the design standards that you came up with, because I saw it said design standards, but not in detail. Are they standards that would establish that places look more like Native Roots and Live Well and Starbuds that have, that aren't garish in terms of their colors and et cetera and signage?
Sure. So the only design standards that I've got here that I took as the notes from that May study session, Mayor Pro Tem, were the concrete bollards in front of new retail stores. If there are other things that council would like to add to those design standards, depending on what they are, I could revise that draft ordinance before December 16th, or if they're more intensive, I'd probably have to work with the community development team to implement other design standards that city council would want. and then come back in January, February, sometime around there when we could take a stab at those. Did you have something in mind specifically about the regulation of? I know we can't do
I don't think it works to
signage.
say that they look like other companies, unless it's that company. I don't know what language I would choose, but that it would blend in basically with the community, with the surrounding structures. The green cross, smaller size, green cross. Is that for medical only, or is that in general?
I think that's just the industry logo, so to speak. But I would probably defer to Lee, and it might take him some research to see, because of the Reed's court case on regulating signage, if regulating the design of the signage counts as the limit on free speech.
Yeah, and I know Mayor Pro Tem, you and I have talked about the Reed case in other contexts, full council has. I would have to look at that case. I don't know that it would be applicable here because there's not text on the sign, but it's a good point. We would certainly make sure that whatever proposed language is in the code is legally defensible. To that end, I think, just to remind council as far as process here, right? If Dylan gets direction tonight, what the next step would be is you would have a draft ordinance for all of you to review on first reading, which would have the substantive language that you could all see. And then you can certainly change it between first reading and second reading based on your discussion on first reading.
City Manager Rogers?
Thank you. I think just for awareness, I think to try to address the Mayor Pro Tems, we do already have some standing language, and this is more by application within our community development team when going through the review of the design of buildings, not necessarily what gets presented to you at time of zoning of what they may want the building to be, but we do have requirements for commercial development. This would be considered commercial development that requires four-sided design. So it's not just like a lot of what people say about Christmas trees. It looks great in the front, looks horrible in the back because you don't see the back. So we require architecture to be for all four sides of a building. So that way there's consistency so that you're just not mitigating what people see 9 times out of 10, but that when you do have the off chance of being able to see the entirety of it, it's consistently designed around. So we do have that as a requirement for commercial development. We also talk about variation in massing, and variation in massing is talking about how you create undulations in the roof line of the building so that it's appealing to the eye and it's just not monochromatic or monolithic in one style or format. We also talk about character and image, so site-specific design work is also key, so taking into account what are some of the adjoining and adjacent buildings being designed to look like, so that it should also influence that site's design architecture. So once again, it's stitching into the community and not standing out. We also talk about how we look at building entryways and having to make selections, as it requires at least two ways to look at your entryways. So whether it's arcade, arches, outdoor patios, recess, projections with wall sections. So there's a lot that we start as a basic foundation that we then build on. And that's just out of our land development code. When you get into these PUDs, some PUDs and the majority of PUDs also have design criteria that establishes a higher bar than what we have in our land development code for their development. So depending upon it, we may come across some developments in our city in the Northern Range where they will either have to comply with this standard, which is, I would say, still robust, or they may have to comply with the design criteria established with the PUD, which is still going to be a bar above and beyond that. Now, once again, if someone's coming in to change the PUD, it gives you an opportunity to be able to have that conversation with them at that time around the design criteria to establish for the development. So you've got a couple of things that can work or are working in your favor from a design architectural standpoint, but also if having to kind of go through that PUD process, that will be back before you to engage in some of these discussions about architecture.
Okay, thank you. Dylan, before we go to decision 3, did you add on social equity to your list?
I'm sorry, Mayor, what was that?
Did you add social equity to your list?
What do you mean, did I add social equity?
Well, as a consideration,
Do you want to limit only new license types from here on out to only social equity applicants moving forward? Is that what you're proposing, Mayor Douglas?
well, I think it should be on the list. I think we should discuss it. So yes, I would like to see the next one come in, be social equity. And
I mean, our licenses are always open to social equity because it's a consideration in how they apply.
Okay, I see.
So anybody could come in. They don't, but Denver's limited theirs to only social equity. So
Right.
the general public can't apply. It's only those approved at the MED, the Marijuana Enforcement Division, that's been granted a social equity license can apply in Denver or get granted a license in Denver. They can apply here in Commerce City. I'd love to have a social equity license here in Commerce City as one of our licensees. It's just one person's reached out since I've been here and nobody else has.
Right, appreciate
since
that.
then. Yeah.
We're going to decision 3, but Councilmember Ford?
So real quick, Mayor, I just want to confirm.
Sure.
Is the majority of council in favor of this 2-section area for south and west of the line, for north and east of the line, the red line that we have on the screen? So 8 in total. Nothing will be issued south of that line until all of those retail licenses have dropped to 3.
Can you push that back to Dallas? You have it at Havana. Is it actually north? Up north, you have it Havana, but it's.
He fixed it.
Did he? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, I'm not opposed to the whole social equity piece, but I think we need a clear definition on it because my understanding of the social equity piece is that you have to have been negatively impacted by having a conviction of a marijuana crime in your past to meet it. It isn't just whether you live in a disproportionately impacted part of a community. So I just want to make that clear. You have to have a prior conviction of a marijuana crime in your past to be eligible for the social equity piece of it. And I would look to our staff to bring a clear definition before the council before we make a decision on anything to do with the social equity piece of it.
So, Councilmember Ford, social equity is defined in state statute. I would have to look for that definition for that, but that would be a definition that we would have to abide by, was whatever's in state statute.
And that's fine. That's all I was getting at, is I want to make sure that we all know a clear, precise definition of the social equity piece of it before we make any decisions pertaining to a social equity and not knowing what the full definition is. That's all I was getting at. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Dukes?
Regarding decision 3, with these new measures in place, I'm okay with letting the moratorium expire.
Councilmember Chacon?
Just to clarify, for social equity, it isn't just only social equity, but it's equity prioritizing those that are a social equity.
So the only way you can qualify for a social equity applicant is if you meet the definition in state statutes. And for myself, right, I have no prior convictions. I'm not from, I don't meet the qualifications. I can't apply for a social equity license, right? It's only those that meet the social equity definition in state statute and state regs that can apply for that, which, again, the state set that definition for. So as Councilmember Ford said, right, you've had a prior conviction of marijuana, now you get this social equity. And the point of social equity is to help expedite the process of getting licensed by attaching them to an existing licensee, essentially, and getting them into the industry sooner than what it takes a standard applicant to go through the process.
I would like to see if we could just have that be an element of it for Commerce City, so it could be prioritized for equity.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Chacon.
Thank you.
In terms of the letting the moratorium lapse with the proposed regulations and the store limits, if they were to be approved by City Council, would you be in support or opposed to letting the moratorium either expire or extend for a temporary amount of time?
I'm fine with it expiring as long as it's with the 8 in total, so 4-4, the line that was drawn, and the social equity as a priority.
Thank you.
Councilmember Teeter?
I'm for letting it expire.
Councilmember Kim?
Same as what Councilmember Chacon stated.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
When does it officially expire?
The moratorium officially expires on February 1 of 2025, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. All right, that's fine.
What's your decision? To extend it or?
It's fine to let it expire.
Okay. Councilmember Dukes?
Let it expire.
Councilmember Ford?
Let it expire.
Councilmember Douglas?
So the moratorium applies just to 1 and 2, right? Ward 1 and 2?
Correct. At this time, it applies to any new license in Wards 1 and Wards 2 up to February 1st of 2025.
Well, since I was part of the reason of having it put in place to begin with, because I had constituents, I would like to see it extended.
And then I'm the last. I would like to see extended for 3 months, but that's.
I believe that is the last decision point I needed from council. Thank you all very much for allowing me to present tonight. Thank you all for your suggestions and proposed changes. I will come back before you on December 16th with those ordinances as we've discussed. Thank you all very much.
All right, thank you for your time, appreciate it, thank you for your presentation. All right. Okay, it's a consent agenda. You guys want a 5-minute break?
Consent.
Yeah, you want a 5-minute break? Bathroom break? Okay, 5-minute bathroom break. Me to, oh, there we go. Sorry about that. Thank you. We're going to reconvene here. Get our meeting up in order. And Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to do, I think it falls under the category of point of order. I would like to move the public hearing to before the consent calendar. My motion is to move the public hearing from item 7 to item 6.
I'll second
And
that.
move item 6 to item 7.
All right. I will second that. Motion on the floor is to move the public hearing up and then from 7 to 6, and then move the 6 to 7, which is the consent agenda. That's a motion on the floor. Any discussion? Councilmember Dukes? Okay. All right. When you're ready, City Clerk.
Your vote is open.
Discussion? Oh, wait, it was already made a motion second.
He wants to do another one, different one.
Oh, okay. Okay, that passes 8 with 1 unexcused vote. All right, Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd actually like to make a motion to postpone this, where is it at? Ordinance 2622 until first quarter to align more with the conversation with the Metropolitan moratorium. The original intent of this advisory commission was as a complement if the moratorium was expired or not, but this would be better suited as we talk about it later on next year. So I'd like to make a motion to postpone first reading until first quarter as aligned to the moratorium conversation.
Councilmember Ford?
I'll second that.
Okay, and a motion on the floor is to push out ordinance on first reading, ordinance 2622.
Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, sorry. I know you said, I think the motion maker said postpone to the first quarter of 2025. I would recommend that motion has a date certain. And
Thank you. The challenge, I don't know the date certain when is the moratorium for the Metro District expiring?
Good question, sir. The Metro District moratorium, as it's currently written, does not.
Oh. Okay, let's do a date certain of February. When is,
That would be either we only have available as it currently stands, we have February 3rd or the 17th.
The
as regular
17th is
meetings.
canceled. City Manager.
The 17th?
It will be canceled because of the holiday.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that.
Okay.
So that leaves us with February 3rd as our only regular meeting as it currently stands.
What about in March? So I'd like to push it out to March.
March, we would have March 3rd or March 17th.
I'd like to make the motion to push this out or postpone the reading of ordinance 2622 to March 17th, in which that would give us time to assess if this is even needed, frankly. So it gives us a couple months to kind of think through the goal for this.
March, say again, March?
17th.
Let's see. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Yes.
Wait,
Councilmember Dukes, could you express again why you want to postpone it?
Thank you. Because of the moratorium on the Metro District, the idea originally for this was the advisory committee was to be somewhat of a compromise to say if the moratorium was expired, then there is more as an oversight for the city with this commission originally. However, we are still in the moratorium, and I don't want our city staff to move forward with setting up an advisory commission without any direction on the moratorium.
The moratorium has no expiration date,
Correct, as of right now, but
so we could do it tonight.
so as of March 17th, it gives us time to think through if there is change in moratorium. If at that date, there's still no change, I would recommend us revisiting if this is necessary.
All right, motion on the floor is to
Mayor.
remove ordinance 2026.
Mayor, you need a second.
Oh, Councilmember Ford was second.
My apologies, Councilmember Ford.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to remove ordinance 2622, establishing Metropolitan District Advisory Commission to March 17th. All right,
Your vote is open.
okay, that fails 3 to 5. And one unexcused absence. All right. Okay. All right, on to public hearing. Let's see, public hearing, ordinance Z 24-003, rezoning property at 10225 Chambers Road. Tonight's public hearing is on rezoning property at 10225 Chambers Road for agricultural district AG to multiple family residential district R3. I will remind council the following: only ask questions and gather facts, but not express opinion or indicate how you will vote. You are not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. Only rely on facts developed in this hearing and in the record, and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. I will invite the city attorney to address council.
Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And, okay. We'll now open the public hearing. Per council policy CP 22, the applicant and the city shall be limited to 10 minutes each for the presentation. I was going to ask the applicant if we have someone wants to make a public comment. Is that okay for them to make the public comment first due to time constraints? Is that okay, city attorney?
Mayor, I would recommend, given the fact that it is a public hearing, that we honor the process and have public comment entered after the applicant and after staff have spoken.
Okay, all right. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so you've heard that, so you get 10 minutes. Thank you for being here.
Absolutely. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors. My name is Marcus Pochner. I am a land use and community outreach consultant for Thompson Thrift for the applicant. I promise to be very diligent working through the slides here this evening. Next slide, please. I'm not getting any action, so maybe I'm pointing the wrong way. Shouldn't be. Thank you. This is a snapshot of the presentation. We're going to go through our team, provide a discussion of the community outreach and how that resulted in the land plan that is before you. We'll also talk in some detail about the traffic and parking that has been prescribed by the neighborhood and incorporated in the plan. Next slide, please. This is our team. If we go to the next slide, please. We all are representing Thompson Thrift, a full-service real estate company. My company is in charge of the outreach. Ripley Design is the planner and architect on this site. And then we both have our civil and our traffic engineer here if you have any questions. Thank you. Next slide.
Marcus, I just plugged in the receiver.
There we go. Perfect. A little bit of background on Thompson Thrift, full-service residential company, almost 40 years. I do want to show has a Denver office here. If you look at their Denver office, they have been very focused on the Front Range. We have had many projects developed here all across the Front Range, and we want to own, develop, and operate this site here in Commerce City. This is a little example of the very high design, amenity-focused multifamily community that we are proposing on this site and that we have built in surrounding jurisdictions. A little bit of project background here to introduce all of you. I know you know the site very well. Just north of the Harvest Meadows neighborhood, north of 102nd, just to the west side of Chambers, you can see the very important commercial node at 104th and Chambers. It's just over 12 acres, the site that is before you this evening. Here's a little bit of the snapshot that we have gone through for the plus year and a half, really working with the city. The city has led a terrific process, been very engaged with the neighbors as well. I will note, as you see at the bottom there, your new comprehensive plan was adopted. So we started under the old comp plan and have adopted here. We will give a little analysis of both of the plans. I will also note we presented earlier this month to Planning Commission with the unanimous recommendation. As you all know, we are at the zoning. We did submit concurrently a development plan and a final plat so that we were able to talk with neighbors in detail about what we are proposing and actually design solutions with them about buffers, setbacks, and all of those. So the zoning is before you, but we have submitted a development plan and final plat. We'll start with our two pillars to move our project forward. The first is community outreach. We use a concentric outreach philosophy where we work with the most adjacent, the most impacted neighbors. We do that because we believe we learn the most from them. It's their neighborhood. They know the streets. They know the connections. They really provide feedback. So we've worked very closely with the Harvest Meadows neighbors, those adjacent businesses, and that commercial corridor and context that's there at 104th and Chambers. From there, we've gone out to other community-wide and regional stakeholders. I will note we had the neighborhood meeting back in July. We have continued to have neighborhood engagement. We've actually had 3 or 4 discussions with additional neighbors post the Planning Commission. These are the 7 topics that they have brought back and we addressed in the neighborhood meeting, the city addressed, and we've continued to address these. I want to be very clear that we believe we have found planning solutions on the traffic, the access, the landscape and buffers, the amenities, and because we have a concurrent development plan application, we were actually able to incorporate neighborhood suggested plans into our actual development plans. This is a brief summary. The Planning Commission voted 5-0 recommending approval. There were some questions on similar things, traffic, community outreach. They did ask us to clarify this point, so we're clarifying it here. We are required to have 15% open space. We meet that every time. Even if you take away the entire detention pond area, we are over 15%. If you include different parts of that that have full landscaping and trails, we are much higher, up to about 24%. Regardless, we meet the open space requirement, and we believe that's a very important amenity for the community and buffer to the existing neighborhood. A little bit about our request. Again, looking at both the C3 2010 plan and the 2045 comprehensive plan. Folks, this is the zoning today, an agricultural zone district just north of Harvest Meadows. You see the PUD context, many different PUDs that surround this area. We are making a rezoning request to take it from ag to PUD with an R3 zone district for multifamily, or based on an R3 zone district. I will show again, here's our 2010 comprehensive plan analysis. We submitted a very thorough written narrative about each one of these, citing a number of different, just point out a couple here, particularly number 4 from your 2010 plan, the variety of housing and how important it is to have that diversity of housing product in your neighborhood. This is that old map that showed in 2010. As you see our site there with the hash marks on it, it was planned for residential high. This has been envisioned as high-density residential since the early 2010 comp plan in support of that community commercial center. Now, in your newly adopted, as the first of this month, 2045 comp plan analysis. This is now right in the middle of the northern neighborhood section of the community. Again, we are fully consistent with that focus on a mix of housing products and typologies, of which we are providing additional typology. Here are some of the goals and that we meet or exceed, again, focused on a full range of housing options for residents and build new neighborhoods with diversity of housing. The Northern Range has 86% single family. We are adding to the diversity of housing typologies. Here are some additional transportation goals. This has really been the driver of our site, no pun intended, to really expand the multi-mobility sites on this and establish pedestrian connections all around the site, and very importantly, actually construct 102nd, a minor residential collector for the benefit of the existing neighborhood and future neighbors. I would also note that the economic development team reviewed this zoning application and provided all of these comments. As you can see, they concluded that this will result in an increase in population. A growing population helps in marketing and recruitment of prospective retailers, really reinforcing that strong employment base and the balance of job balance and new housing for this area. I want to focus specifically on traffic and parking as we work through this quick presentation. This is the existing transportation, some built, others emerging, and a lot of plans. The 5 circles that you see here are what your transportation department asked us to do and include these intersections as part of our transportation analysis. We did so and have a very thorough report. Specifically, here were the results. Chambers Road, as you can see on the left, those 2 pictures, that's the west side of Chambers, looking both north and south. There is no pedestrian fabric. There is no sidewalk. There is no edge. There is no part of that other than the roadway. You can see our site on the picture on the image looking west. That's how we want to improve it. So our requirements here today are improvements for Chamber Road improvements, enhanced landscape, an 8-foot multi-use or multimodal walk, an additional 30 feet of right-of-way, a new crosswalk, a northbound crosswalk across 102nd, and then a dedicated turn lane or a decel lane headed southbound Chambers to turn into 102nd. We are making all of those improvements. Now to get to 102nd, this is 102nd today. So if you see the arrows on the top pictures, this shows you what 102nd is today. Over by Sable, it doesn't exist. There is no 102nd, and then it terminates. It's basically a 2.5 block stub today at the north side of Harvest Meadows. This is your plan. Your transportation master plan says 102nd needs to be a minor residential collector from Chambers to Sable. We completely agree. Transportation asked us to propose to build that, and we are doing so. So this stub here in red shows the existing condition of 102nd. It really only goes from Fraser to just past Altura. As you can see here, and you get a glimpse of our first site plan, that we will build out all of 102nd from Chambers to the edge of our site, and then we will build a 24-foot section all the way east, or excuse me, all the way west to Sable. This shows you that very important connection, the extension of 102nd, 24-foot section all the way to Sable. So we will be building with this application a complete extension of 102nd. Also want to show the very important pedestrian connections. The blue exists today. All of the yellow we are adding. So we are creating an entirely new pedestrian section for this area for the community to really provide multimodal opportunities. We are meeting all parking requirements. We are providing those with shelters, or excuse me, with carports, with garage parking and stalls. You can see there in green, we are using the garages to really provide a buffer for this. I'll finish up here. I do want to point out that the traffic and parking, all of these have been requested from the neighborhood to really focus on 102nd. I will just show you, this is that concurrent development plan that shows our buildings, the clubhouse and so forth on the east side of our site. Only 2 access points, and we only access our site from 102nd. No community traffic. We don't want to have our traffic go into the existing neighborhood. We want to provide that fabric there. I will just save these, sir, for that, and we're happy to answer any additional questions that you have. We'd respectfully request your support. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any council members have questions for the applicant? Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you. Just going back to slide 38, can you just reiterate if you look at access, so 102nd, it would be built out, and there's no traffic going through Fraser, is that correct? Like it will encourage it? Okay.
That is correct. Sorry to interrupt there. Yeah, there's only 2 access points to our site. So there's one to the east of Fraser, as you see between the 2 trees there. That's the primary access. And there is one then that aligns with Altura Street. There is not an access or a connection to Fraser Street into our site.
Okay, and this is the 102nd, something mentioned earlier around creating, is this one of the planning solutions based on feedback from community?
It is, and I think as importantly, it's in your transportation master plan to have this built as a minor residential collector. The neighborhood really wanted to be sure that our traffic, if you will, from this proposed development was not cutting through the existing neighborhood going southbound. We think this extension and building out 102nd, making a full movement at Chambers, we're assuring really that our traffic is going to go directly to Chambers or out to Sable, that we're not going to go southbound only to go back to Chambers, right? So we think this really helps the existing neighborhood.
And as you mentioned, some other planning solutions based on community feedback. Can you show me the slide where you were able to find some planning solutions based on the feedback?
Sure, and if I may, Council, I'll just probably use this. One of the things that we really heard about was using the garages here to actually provide additional buffer. Our residential from existing residential is a minimum of 100 feet separation. That's here on the west side of our site, and more like 225 feet here. So that was a really important thing. People wanted to see most of our landscaping and buffering along Chambers and 102nd, so we have incorporated all of that. And we are providing additional landscape, 30 additional trees and 800 different shrubs and plantings above the requirement to really provide that buffering. Last thing, sir, that I'll show you, this stretch right here does not exist today. These are 5 homes that face north-south here. They're the only 5 homes like that. And so we worked with them. We actually toured right after our neighborhood meeting, went behind their house, and we are able to add a new fence, a 5-foot sidewalk, and a 6-foot tree lawn. So they actually have a proper separation, really like a backyard. So we were able to provide all of that based on their feedback, and that's now included in our submittal.
Is there anything else that you want to highlight based on the feedback from the?
I think the other thing, just, continued wanting to see 102nd built all the way to Sable. I think there was a big concern, not that it just be adjacent to our site, that we extend that all the way over, and we agreed to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
What made you decide to invest so much time in responding to the neighborhood's issues?
Yeah, I'll be honest, I think this council has set forth a path that I think it's really important that we engage with neighbors. And I think we're well aware of that. I've worked on other projects here, and we just thought it was the right thing to do. I also will say that I thought this neighborhood, we didn't have a large neighborhood turnout, but they had very specific feedback of ways we could go do it. And we actually had a concurrent site plan. So the developer was very open to this. We wanted to hear these neighbors. So it honestly was just a good example of how we could do inclusive planning with the neighborhood and incorporate that feedback. So it's the right thing to do, and we wanted to do it.
And what was it that made you choose 102nd over 103rd? So if you ran it across 103rd on the north side, then it would back into the electrical towers. I believe you're by the electrical towers, correct?
You are correct. That's just there in that image. I went back to, I think this is the appropriate slide, Councilor or Mayor Pro Tem. That utility quarters there in gray. This is the plan. So the plan was always for 102nd to be there. I think what's important about that is it allows, south of 102nd is lower density. Between 102nd and 103rd of that corridor is a little higher density. So it also segments the uses. It buffers them a little bit. So we wanted to follow the plan. We thought that 102nd was more appropriate as the way it had laid out in the master plan.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other council members have questions? I had a question. Councilmember Douglas.
Sure. So First of all, how many units does this include? I know it's in here, but
No, my apologies. I was just getting to that. The site plan shows right now 283 units in the proposed development.
it's almost 300. And then I couldn't quite see where 102nd was connecting to Sable on your other slide that you.
Sure. So this shows, I think, Counselor, the connection. So on the right of the screen or right top there is Chambers Road. So we would connect 102nd all the way from Chambers. And then the red portion of that, from the edge of our site all the way over to Sable, we would build in phase one a 24-foot section of that. So we are extending 102nd from Chambers all the way to Sable.
Okay, because then on the other slide, it looked like it was vegetation or something.
Yeah, and I think that was just showing that existing view of what it looks like today. That's it.
That
It
wasn't
is
the
not there
slide.
today at all. So we would be building that roadway.
Yeah, that wasn't the slide I was thinking of. It was a diagram slide.
That shows kind of adjacent to our site. That's the proposal. This may have just shown it
Making me
there.
dizzy here.
Yeah, that one might be one that shows that future extension. The only thing that green says there is future pedestrian connection. So we'll build the first 24 feet, and in the future, there would be additional sidewalks on the north or south as development occurs there.
Okay, so sidewalk and street, is that correct?
That's right. All the yellow we are adding, all those are new sidewalks that we would bring to the site adjacent to ours and on the both sides of North 102nd. And then the future, that green line there is future pedestrian connections. We're only building the roadway section, not the sidewalks there, because frankly, we don't know those land plans and what will be developed on the north and south part of that area.
I think that's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentations. Let's see, could you go to slide 21?
Absolutely. Sorry to be running quickly through these. There you go.
So you say based on 2010 comprehensive plan, we're on 2045 now. So this looks different than it does. And then the red areas is supposed to be commercial. And based on 2010 comp plan, I believe there's an apartment complex there now, but that wasn't part of 2010 comp plan. Is that correct?
So I'll just say that, and I think I can answer this directly. So this was the map from 2010 plan. And when we submitted our application back in 2023, this was the comp plan, right? And so it shows this. And I think our point is that we are in full compliance with both the 2010 plan and the 2045 plan that call for diversity of housing. The 2010 plan specifically, if I'm a neighbor today in Harvest Meadows and looked at this, it has always said this would be high density residential on this site, because it's the buffer from my lower density neighborhood as it transitions, and then that density supports that very important commercial corridor. So yes, we believe we're compliant with this. We also believe we're fully compliant with the 2045 plan.
Okay. And then I looked at the traffic count, and we are the city's getting ready to widen 96 from Chambers going east to Tower. A lot of people use 104th because 96 is congested. So I believe this will be sooner than later that our traffic will actually increase on Chambers once 96 is completed, and it won't be 2027. It'll be sooner. That's going to have a huge impact because people right now funneling the traffic right now, I mean, there's so many accidents happening. So to me, the traffic count does not meet what I see. I mean, from just what I'm reading here, not indicating anything, but I just think the traffic count doesn't seem correct.
So I'll certainly defer, Mayor, to our traffic engineer and your transportation department. They had us study 5 intersections, and that included background growth of traffic, and planned projects, including Anderson Farms here. So I'm not arguing with your point, but we were required to look at all 5 of those. The one thing I would add, though, is if there is that growth, as you're suggesting, I'm not questioning that, building out 102nd is really important to providing a minor residential collector that doesn't exist today. So we are providing additional infrastructure that's in your master plan that helps provide that pathways, if you will, for that traffic. So I understand what you're saying. I think we're helping to build that much needed infrastructure for the community.
And then Anderson Ranch, we had a hearing last month and indicated that they were going to come out to Sable. Well, now you're going to add, if it's approved, you're going to add those 238 units to go to Sable out to 104th, which also adds to traffic. And people normally are not going to be heading from living here. They're not heading to the airport. They're going to be heading westbound to Highway 2. And will there be any contribution as far as paying for a light at Sable on 104th?
It's a fine question, sir. I'll defer to your staff and our team. The one thing I would say is that stretch of from our site west here on Sable to, or west on 102nd to Sable, our traffic doesn't generate or require that be built. But because of Anderson Farms and really providing that infrastructure, we absolutely agreed that should happen. So your Public Works team was very thoughtful about saying, no, we want you to build it now. So we're doing so. So I would say, I don't know the Anderson Ranch proposal in all its details, but again, having that access here on 102nd keeps it from coming into Harvest Meadows and provides that access to the collector roadways where that traffic should go instead of into the neighborhoods. So again, we think we're really helping that existing situation.
All right. Well, thank you. Any other council members have questions? Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll go to Nathan Chavez, planner number 2. Make a presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. So tonight, the request, a little background on a zone change. It is the official changing of a zone district for a property. Zoning determines land use and bulk standards, such as setbacks and building height, with development details occurring through a separate development plan. Tonight, this body is deciding whether the proposed zoning and associated land development code rules meet the approval criteria for a zone change, and whether or not to approve this zone change request or not. So the property is located at 10225 Chambers Road along the western side of Chambers Road into the north of Harvest Meadows. That's where my cursor is, and then this is Harvest Meadows. Proposed is an R3 multifamily residential zoning district. The applicant's intent is to develop the site as an apartment complex with 9 buildings and 283 units. There is a concurrent development plan and final plat under review by staff, and a site plan and elevations are included in your packet for your reference. So the subject property is within the Northern Neighborhoods Character Area, in which multifamily residential is listed as a secondary land use near collectors and arterials, and this means they are less prevalent within this character area and serve to support the primary land use. So while the 2010 comprehensive plan is no longer in effect, it is worth noting that the application was submitted under the 2010 plan, and all of the review occurred under its purview. The 2010 future land use plan designated the property as residential high with related zoning of R3, R4, PUD, and mixed use. This is an aerial of the site taken August 20th of this year. The property outlined in red is mostly vacant, save for a ranch home and some accessory structures. So the roadway classification plan within the city's master transportation plan calls for the construction of East 102nd Avenue from Chambers Road to Sable Boulevard. Any future development along this planned corridor will be required to contribute to the design and construction of East 102nd Avenue or construction of a portion of the road. While the primary access for Thompson Thrift Development will be off of East 102nd Avenue, this road will connect to Chambers and Sable Boulevard, where the majority of the created traffic is expected to enter and exit from. So these are two photos taken on October 3rd of this year. The top image is of the property facing north from East 102nd Avenue, and the bottom photo is facing west from Chambers Road. A neighborhood meeting occurred on July 10th of this year. 7 residents attended, in which questions and concerns included lack of commercial uses in the area, increased traffic, proposed connectivity to Harvest Meadows, and lack of amenities in the area. As of today, staff has received 3 written letters regarding the proposal. Concerns include increased traffic, lack of a buffer, and connections to Harvest Meadows. The Planning Commission heard this zone change request on November 6th, just this month, in which one member of the public attended. Comments included concerns over Harvest Meadows becoming a thoroughfare for the proposed development, lack of a traffic light at East 102nd Avenue, and decreased property values. The Planning Commission voted 5-0 to provide a recommendation of approval to this body. So the proposed zone change has been reviewed by all relevant development review team agencies such as the Planning Division, Engineering, the 27J School District, the Water District, and Public Works. Staff has found that the application meets the approval criteria for a zone change, specifically that the zone change is consistent with the comprehensive plan, adequate public services can be provided, and there is a need for greater diversity in housing in the Northern Range and additional population to attract commercial and retail users. A full analysis of the approval criteria may be found within your packets, and in addition, staff is happy to pull up any criteria you all request to see. So lastly, staff has noted the following items for consideration by City Council. The zone change allows the site to develop as a multifamily apartment complex, which is complementary with the 2045 comprehensive plan and surrounding uses, will result in a greater population, which is attractive to commercial and retail users. And the resulting increased density of housing will simultaneously increase population while maintaining available land for commercial development. In addition, development of the property will assist in creation of roadway connections between Chambers and Sable Boulevard, as well as greater overall connectivity for vehicular users and pedestrians in this area. The proposed development will act as a transition from commercial and transmission lines to the single-family residences. And lastly, the proposed development will result in a greater mix of uses in the Northern Range. Staff is happy to answer any questions you all may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much. Do we have a setback from electrical towers?
Staff is currently unaware if there is a setback from electrical towers. I can tell you right now that the rear yard setback for the proposed R3 zoning district is 20 feet. And so any proposed building, the rear yard setback is 20 feet. And currently the northern property line is considered the rear yard. And there's a 20-foot minimum setback from the northern property line.
Did you say there is a setback?
I'm sorry.
Yes or no?
I do not know.
Pardon me?
I am unaware of any.
You don't know?
Correct.
Oh, okay. I am personally having anxiety watching staff run around during this hearing. Is there anything we as adjudicators need to know?
Not at this moment, ma'am.
Pardon me?
Not at this moment.
All righty, thank you.
Councilmember Kim?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. And actually, I think I might have a question for the applicant, but also for you as well. Did we get anything back from the school district there regarding, because I don't think I saw anything unless I missed it. Did we get any impact analysis from the school district? Even like, for example, Stewart Middle School right there.
We received comment letters from 27J School District. However, they mostly as far as I can remember, they only included school impact fees and not necessarily direct impacts to specific elementary, middle, and high schools. But 27J has reviewed this throughout the entirety of the project.
Counselor, we also did receive comments back. I can just add to that, that they said there was capacity for our proposed or students that would come out of that. So they did evaluate that and said there was planned capacity for our development.
There is capacity at the school district, seriously?
That was their answer. I'm just providing that.
I understand that. I tell you right.
Yeah.
Anyways, besides the point. The other one too is when this multifamily does get built out,
Sure.
Are there plans to make some of them like affordable, I guess, to help with the affordable population? I mean, I'm just...
Sure. Thank you, Counselor. Yeah, I think, first of all, there are not any deed-restricted units or percentages of affordable that are required to maintain affordability. But from a market rate standpoint, we believe these are attainable and kind of meet those current 80%, 80 to 120% AMI. So they're not deed-restricted units, but we believe they are attainable units that are market rate.
Can you elaborate a little
Sure.
bit further on that?
Yeah, I think the one thing that I would say...
Quantifying numbers would be great.
Yeah, and I'll have, maybe if we can have them give some exact numbers on what that are, or potential
I've
numbers.
got 3
for
minutes.
You bet, sure,
So-
go ahead.
Steve Herron with Thompson Thrift. Our chunk rents or our average rents on our units is $2,200 per month. And what we've discovered in Commerce City, the average mortgage is $4,900. So it's a $2,700 gap that we feel we fulfill with bringing in, rents like this.
Did I hear that right? You said average mortgage is $4,900 a month.
That's correct.
And you're saying that these units on average are about 20 what?
$2,200.
$2,200 a month.
That's correct.
But there's probably a gap in square footage as well,
We have
right?
1s, 2s, and 3 beds. The 3s are at $3,000 or $3,100. But that's correct. Still a gap between that and the average mortgage.
And just curiosity here, when you guys plan on actually becoming, I guess, fully built out? Because I have a question for the city manager afterwards, but go ahead.
Yeah, these are projected rents, I guess. So these are projections on
No, I get that, but I'm asking you when.
timeline. Yes. So
Timeline.
2.5 years from now.
2.5 years from now. Mr. Rogers or Mr. Chavez, maybe you might know, when do we plan on having chambers built out, expanded?
Currently, there are no plans in place for looking at the widening of chambers south of 104th to 96. There are discussions and obviously active application working through our Public Works Department of being able to look at widening chambers from 106th to 117th Avenue.
When is that? Approximate when?
That is still to be determined, sir. The widening of that portion of chambers north of 104th, right? The current estimated budget is around 31 million. So it's hard to put a time stamp on that without having some creative funding conversations.
In the next 5 years, maybe, in the next 10 years, 20, 30, 40, 100?
I truly think it's going to be dependent on how council would like us to explore, like I said, some funding options.
Okay.
So it could be within the next 5 to 10 years.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think the section south of 104th is going to have a very different cross-section than to the north, just because of the existing developments that have been built.
Okay. Just really quick question also, before I want to get this out there. How was the development planned for, invested for? Metro District wise, or is it some other method?
Absolutely no metro districts, just financing from the company.
Okay, that's all I got. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Douglas.
So there will be 2 exits. Well, 1 exit out, but 2, one on Sable and 1 on Chambers. The one on Chambers, you'll only be able to turn to the north or to the south, correct? Isn't there some kind of
It's being proposed as a full movement, so you'll be able to go left-bound north or right-hand south. it's a full movement intersection.
Okay. And are you looking at a four-way stop or something there?
We've been working with transportation. There would be a stop sign there for sure. We're also, to the questions about Chambers, we're adding 30 feet of right-of-way and in adding a turn lane going southbound. So we're actually adding a right-hand turn lane going southbound in Chambers to turn into the site. There would, Counselor, be a stop sign there until warrants would justify a future stoplight.
And it's 283 units, so that's quite a bit of, that's a good sized population, and you feel like your traffic report is accurate in anticipating the,
We do, but I'll defer. I mean, the staff scopes it. We looked at 5 intersections, and we included the analysis that was happening with the Anderson Ranch. So we were really up to date and had a very comprehensive traffic study. Yes.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
My apologies, I hadn't turned it off, I guess,
Thank
when
you.
I spoke.
I had a question for staff. This being 283 units, how many folks live in Harvest Meadows? How many homes?
I do not have that number for you right now. Give me one moment, please.
Okay. And then, while you're looking at it, also look at Fox and Village, and also the apartment complex, North Range Crossing. Maybe applicant can you answer that question? I mean, if you guys did a study of what's in the area that's going to impact around you?
Sure. I don't know the exact numbers, Mayor, of the neighborhood. I think I heard somebody yell the answer. I think it was 150 homes. So whatever the average family or 3 or 4 in that, I think that we would look at how important that 102nd being built is, and looking at our traffic study, again, providing off-site improvements even more than our traffic would generate.
Okay. Maybe question for Public Works Department. Sable and 102nd Avenue, it looks like it goes to the west and it stops. Is that true? I'm looking at a map. So which is Fox and Village, and it shows 102nd going across to the east and stopping.
So, Mr. Mayor, currently there is no roadway connection between Chambers Road and Sable Boulevard. There is city right-of-way just to the north of the Anderson Ranch or Adco property on this map.
Okay.
Right here, this is city right-of-way. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, see, there's a road that goes, 102nd goes from Sable over to the east, and there are 2 homes over there that are in the county, in the enclave. So if you go to you can't see it, but to the west of the property, because if this property is going to connect with Sable, correct?
Correct, yes.
It would have to go all the way to the east right there. And 102nd right now, it's occupied by 2 homes in the enclave of Adams County.
So both of these properties where my cursor is, the 2 homes you're referring to,
Yeah.
are actually within Commerce City's jurisdiction. And there is city right-of-way currently within or to the south of those 2 homes and to the north of the Anderson Ranch project. And that is where the planned East 102nd Avenue temporary build-out will occur.
Okay, all right. Okay. And did you find out?
Yes, sir. Harvest Meadow currently has 145 units, and Fox and Village currently has 228 units. And my apologies, I do not have the apartment complex to the north unit count. But certainly I can look into that and have my managers send that information to you all.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. This is to staff. When this was brought before you, did you let the applicant know that the commons had been changed from commercial to apartments, multifamily apartments, with a little bit of commercial strip in front of it? That's going to add to the traffic and the population in high density. Was that presented to the applicants or included in it as far as future impacts?
Councilmember, my apologies. When you refer to the commons, are you referring to the apartment complex just to the north?
It's not been built yet, but it was approved by council. So it's on 104th, and I believe it's either to the east of Foxton Village, or it's right in front of it.
So the question, and this is maybe something that our development review engineers can speak to as part of the background information for the traffic impact study, was the commons, which is between Potomac and Blackhawk, adjacent to 104th, contemplated as part of the non-related project impacts, and then plus the project being included in that.
Right, because it isn't built yet, but it's proposed.
So, Councilmember, that approval was too recent to be included in this traffic analysis, or, yeah.
I believe that was a couple of years ago that was done. Okay, so, and so you wouldn't know how many units are proposed there?
I do, I do not, but we can look into that.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
No, you ask whatever you want. I do not, but I can look into that information and then provide that to you either through my management or at a future date.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you. At what point could we raise the question of traffic circles? At the other side, at the south side of Harvest Meadows, we asked for traffic circles because this is a straightaway for several blocks. And those kinds of straightaways are what causes problems with speeding. And that doesn't happen when there are diversions, if you will, in the roadway. Do we ask for that now or at some other point?
So, good question, Mayor Pro Tem. Given that this is a zoning to a base underlying zone district, once again, it's not a PUD. So the request for certain conditions would not be appropriate to apply to this application. You would want to possibly make recommendations for the considerations of those as staff continues its review with the subdivision plat and the development permit. And if determined to be appropriate based on engineering standards and requirements and can be accommodated for within the existing right-of-way, then obviously that's an evaluation and an assessment and then confirmation or determination that could be made at that stage.
I understand, but at the same time, it does affect how I view the proposed zone district will have or provide efficient and adequate provision for streets and so forth, and also compatibility with the natural environment and proposed development, et cetera?
Yeah, I think that's a fair question. Well, I think that's a fair statement as well. I think, when we think about the approval criteria about efficiency with transportation and mobility, your guiding document and the recommendations thereof are going to be your traffic impact study, which is in your packet tonight, and the recommendations that are outlined on page 27 of that document as what is required of that development based on the rational nexus of its impacts on the community. I think you've also heard that they're willing to take on additional improvements outside of what is borne by the impacts of its project, which will only help to further improve transportation mobility in and around this portion of our network.
Well, traffic studies study explicit information, not tacit information. Tacit information is, I think, what I'm talking about here, in that we know there are problems on straightaways, which is what our constituents tell us on a regular basis. We have an established neighborhood of Harvest Meadows, and we're going to be putting in a whole bunch of other homes where the words subject site exist. So that was why I posed the question. Thank you.
All right.
Let me say one other thing, is that you said there's 260 units or so?
283 proposed.
283, and
Yes.
your traffic study says how many vehicle trips per day?
I'll have our traffic engineer address that.
Hi, my name is Scott Kilgore. I'm with the Fox Tuttle Transportation Group. So our traffic study used national data to inform the trip generation.
Could you pull the mic closer to you, please?
Yes. Yeah, so the traffic study used national data to estimate the trip generation of the apartments. So approximately 1,900 trips per day are estimated.
1,900 per day?
That's over the course of a whole day. So for some context, in the morning when most people are leaving, about 113 trips in the peak hour.
So that's per day, 1,900?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then I found the North Ranch apartments are 216 units. All right. Any other questions from council? Okay, seeing none, all right, we're going to go to, we'll invite the public to provide testimony and ask the city clerk if anyone for the public is signed up to testify on this hearing.
We do, yes, Mayor.
All right, okay. We welcome your comments and input to ensure efficient hearing. All persons are required to observe the following. Each person desired to speak must have registered with the city clerk. When you are recognized to speak, please approach the podium and state your name and address for the record. And state whether you support or oppose the case before providing testimony. All comments and testimony shall be made from the podium. No comments and testimony shall be present from the audience. Comments and testimonies are to be directed to the mayor and the city council. Dialogue and inquiries to members of staff or the seated audience not permitted. Inquiries that require city response will be referred to staff by the mayor. It is our desire to hear all relevant testimony on this topic in a timely manner and within an atmosphere of respect. Our procedures are designed to ensure that occurs. All public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you for your cooperation. We look forward to hearing your comments. I will now ask the clerk to call those registered to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. We have our first public commenter, which is Marissa Mink. Marissa, if you can approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, state whether you support or oppose to the case, and then your 3 minutes will begin.
Do I need to get closer, or is that fine? Can you hear me? Okay. Marissa Mink, and I live at 10151 Altura Street in the Harvest Meadows neighborhood. Is that it?
Can you please state whether you support or oppose the case?
Oh, I oppose.
Okay, and then your 3 minutes will begin. Thank you.
Hi, I know a lot of you. I've lived in Harvest Meadows for 16 and a half years. And I love our neighborhood. I'm not naive to the fact that there was going to be development both behind us, the Anderson Ranch and Thompson eventually. I knew that. I just didn't realize it was going to come through my street as a thoroughfare. You can anticipate what people are going to do, but if you don't put a traffic light at 102nd and just a stop sign and a sidewalk, you know what's going to happen. It's inevitable. I feel like we can see the train wreck coming, but there's nothing to do to stop it. We're going to wait years for Anderson Ranch to put a light at East 100th. Meanwhile, that my street is going to become a thoroughfare, and the minute we see those apartments break ground, my property value will go down significantly. It's a small 5-block neighborhood where everybody knows everybody. You heard 1,900 trips a day, 283 apartments is not a small number. You know, building more residential, obviously so far hasn't attracted another supermarket. And that's everybody's number one complaint in the area, and this won't either. But especially if it's gonna go through to Sable, I mean, you're gonna have to put a light on Chambers or do something. You know, it almost feels obligatory, like, oh, we put in some trees and a sidewalk and a crosswalk. Yeah, that's not gonna be sufficient. We can see the train wreck coming. I can see the traffic. I would exit through my street to East 100 in a heartbeat. And that's what people are gonna do. And the volume of cars, not to mention, I work at Stewart Middle School. I'm a teacher, community liaison, and attendance liaison. I know how many students go to Stewart Middle School. Right now, we're bursting at the seams with average of 35 or more kids per class at 800 students total. So whatever the district said, just adding more to that, because there's been a delay in middle school number 6, and reboundarying is just gonna cause us more students. So from all angles, you know, this is what upset me. Not that I didn't know there was gonna be development, I knew it. We knew the lady who owned the property. We know her, we love her. And I get it. And I get they can't put it back any further because of the electrical towers. And I get that it's gonna go all the way through to Sable. And I get all of that. But there has to be more looked at in terms of the traffic and what it's gonna cause to our sweet little neighborhood and what it's gonna do to us. You know, we're a 5-block neighborhood, and to have at least 1 or 2 exit through our little neighborhood, there's gonna have to be a light at 102nd, not just a stop sign. And waiting for Anderson Ranch, how many years have we been waiting already for them to put a light at East 100th? So for all the reasons Susan mentioned and everybody else's concerns, mine are tenfold that as a resident. I just hope you can look at that.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
Mayor Douglas, we had a second in-person speaker, Michael Bowman, who had to leave. He did provide his written comments. I've made copies of those if you'd like me to distribute those.
Yes, please.
Okay, I will do that now, and then that concludes our public testimony for this hearing of those registered.
All right, thank you. Did the applicant receive one?
I'm going to get one.
And Mayor, just want to make sure the record reflects that the clerk did provide the applicant a copy of the written comments.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, I will, let's see. Does the applicant wish to make any rebuttals?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd be happy to. First of all, I want to thank the two neighbors for testifying. The gentleman who had to leave earlier, we were able to talk with him as well. I see here that we have 10 minutes for rebuttal. I certainly won't use all of that, but I want to start with the transportation questions that we've gotten. I just want to show that our traffic study, we studied 5 intersections, 2 to the north, 2 here, and another one south. And what they're recommending is that we build your transportation master plan. We're building your plan that is in place. So we are building East 102nd as is laid out in your community plan and as is laid out for Harvest Meadow residents. The reason it is designed that way is because it actually will take traffic not through the neighborhood, but to East 102nd. It is designed as a collector to take that roadway traffic. So I just want to speak, and I appreciate the neighborhood's comments to the person who lived on Altura Street. That's the furthest west street there. To go from our site down to Chambers, you would have to drive 2,100 feet through a neighborhood to get back to Chambers. Or you could simply go down 102nd to Chambers, which is half the distance without going through a neighborhood. I don't know why you would cut south through a neighborhood to go to Chambers. It results in you going to Chambers, and that's why we're making this connection. So again, this is showing that to Mayor Pro Tem, to having that idea of a discussion of a roundabout. Again, we're building the 24-section roadway from our site over to Sable, but we'll continue to work with transportation staff about how that happens and what that design is. They also have told us appropriately that we need to plan if there is a future light at 102nd and Chambers, that we would have to pay our portion for that. We understand that. That's part of the process. And so we're doing all the things that you all are hopeful that get done. We're already discussing those things. The one thing I would say about the comments about 100s and who knows when Anderson Farm develops, that's why it's so important that we actually get approved and build 102nd. We're providing that alternative so it doesn't have to go through the neighborhood. We're actually providing a roadway that takes it away from Harvest Meadows. So I would tell you, I think this is an incredibly comprehensive traffic plan. It is completely consistent with your comprehensive plan. The reason those two communities were high residential there that shows that is because they're a buffer to the lower density residential as it transitions to the commercial corridor. So we are following both the 2010 plan and then the 2045 plan says we need a diversity of product, we need more housing typologies, we need more attainable housing types, and we need to build the transportation plan. That's what we're building here. So I think we're trying to be completely consistent. Again, not taking any umbrage with the neighborhood concerns, but now instead of going all the way south through the neighborhood to go down to 100, I think a lot of neighbors that are on the north side of this neighborhood will go to 102nd and go either to Sable or Chambers. So we're taking traffic trips out of the existing neighborhood. Lastly, the gentleman who left the letter behind for you all to read, he's one of the 5 homes there that lives north-south there. And he specifically asked us to create that right-of-way, the sidewalk, and the tree lawn. We couldn't agree more. He was absolutely right about that. They're getting 12 foot of right-of-way behind them that will have landscaping and a sidewalk. We believe that our development should be beneficial to the neighborhood, should provide those amenities, those neighborhood buffers, et cetera. Lastly, I just want to say—
I just wanted to say that in your testimony—
Yes, sir.
you first came, you had 10 minutes. You were supposed to leave time for rebuttal. So you used your 10 minutes up. So the time that you have had—
Sure, Mayor.
I will allow that, but I can't let you continue.
No problem, Mayor. I didn't know that. I apologize. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any. Thank you.
All right. And I can have our city clerk clarify that.
No, I think you said it perfectly, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate that. All right. We'll now close the public hearing. I need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance Z24003 by council seated and approved on first reading. Councilmember Teeter.
I move for the introduction of ordinance Z24-0003 by council as seated and approved on the first reading.
Councilmember Ford.
I'll second the motion.
All right. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Chacon.
Just hearing from the applicant and the city staff, I don't think that this should be for rezoning. I don't believe it meets the criteria. I do believe that it does provide park and open space, but it doesn't mean anything for schools. So based on Section 5(4), the proposed zone district will have a future development can provide efficient and adequate provision of public uses, including but not limited to parks, schools, and open space. I don't know why we're so hell-bent on becoming a bedroom community without offering more educational spaces, and especially for transportation. Just because you give a roadway doesn't mean that that's multimodal. So we're just considering that everybody's gonna walk. We don't have any buses, we don't have any type of shuttle, we don't have anything that actually make that multimodal. We don't even have programs where we can have scooters. So I do not believe that this actually really meets rezoning in a way that's going to help community. And as we've already heard so many times, particularly in wards 3 and 4, we needed more commercial development and affordable housing, actual affordable housing. This is not affordable housing. It's concerning how much it's not affordable housing when it's been decried so many times from our community, and I will not be voting for this.
Okay, Councilmember Douglas.
Due to the fact that there have been changes that have happened over the course of the comprehensive plan, there are already existing multifamily units, both built and proposed since that time. And because of that, I don't believe that it meets criteria 5, which is there is a community need for the zoning district in the proposed location, given the need to provide or maintain a proper mix of both within the city and the immediate area and the proposed use. So to me, it does not meet that. I could see a different zone there in R2, maybe something that is not dense and will add to the impacts, the negative impacts of the citizens who are already living here. And to me, it absolutely does not meet number 5 at all. And so I will be a no vote on this as well.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
To go from agricultural to high density is an intense change in use, which would be defensible if the rents were affordable, but the rents are not affordable. They wouldn't be categorized as affordable. And we're, for our area. I am also concerned about the 102nd. I don't know that that's really been solved. And I think that the point the resident was making is that if you can't get out at one location, such as 102nd and Chambers, then you're going to cut through a neighborhood to get out through another location, which would be 100th. If you're trying to get to Chambers or 96, 96 takes you to Tower, or it takes you west. There is no way out at Sable. There's no light at Sable and 104th. There's really not good alternatives for getting out of this. I still would like to know about the setback from these electrical towers and the gas pipeline. I didn't mention that earlier, but the gas pipeline, but in particular, the electrical towers. Is there a setback? Has anybody figured out whether we have setbacks from that? There is, the setback for the complex on the north side seems to be more of a distance. So at the moment, I think under the circumstances that I'm concerned whether it meets B2, B3, B4, and B5.
Okay, thank you. Any other council members? All right. I appreciate applicant coming forward on this. This is something that is after the fact. Back in 2010, let's say 2004, we really didn't have any place for apartments. There wasn't any option for people. And then the first development came in, North, was it North Park Range, or anyway, the apartments on North Range Village, sorry. They came in, they were actually income required. And then shortly after that, behind Dion's, apartments came in, which actually it was zoned for commercial. They actually changed the PUD to allow to allow multiple housing. And then on the corner of Landmark and 104th on the southwest side is the apartment complex. So we do have apartment complex, but what we don't have is the ability for attainable housing as far as price point. And listening and then going online and looking at the price point for the range, which is right across the area there, they're at market rate. And what you guys have is market rate as well. And right now, people's income, they can't afford that. I've been living up here, 2 homes. Now my home's mortgage is $4,500. And if it was, I wouldn't be here right now. I could not afford to live here as it is. I could not afford $800,000 house. So, but we're talking apartments. And I say that based on the criteria, for me, it falls on number 6, that at this time, it says the area which this zone change is requested or is changing to such a degree that it is in the public's interest to allow a new use or density. I disagree, so and that's my position. Any other council members? All right, ready for a roll call vote, please.
Your vote is open.
All right, 3 yeses and 5 nos and 1 excused absence. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to the consent agenda. Okay, the consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, non-controversial. These items are presented to council for a single motion and a vote. Any member of council may remove a specific item off the consent agenda or further discussion in a separate vote. Tonight, there are 12 items on consent agenda. Do any council members wish to remove any items? I need a motion. Okay, sorry. Councilmember Noble.
Thank you. I have items to pull. Resolution 2024-136, Resolution 2024-137, Resolution 2024-138. I also had a question, and there was a discussion earlier. There are actually 2 resolutions that end in 5-1, and I did want this one also. Resolution 2024-151 and ordinance 2650.
Okay, I'm sorry, what's the resolution again? You got, I have 137, 138, what's the other?
Pardon me?
I have 137, 108, 138, and
136, 137, 138, 151, and ordinance 2650.
All right, any other council members have any items they want pulled? Okay. Need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Noble,
So moved?
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
All right, I have a first and a second. Okay, will City Clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Resolution 2024-128, a resolution amending Section 4 of the Directory of City Fees and Charges to add the fee charge for short-term rental unit licenses. Resolution 2024-149, a resolution authorizing award of a contract for housing and livability improvements to Brothers Redevelopment, Inc. Resolution 2024-150, a resolution authorizing award of contract for housing and livability improvements to Habitat for Humanity of Metro Denver. Ordinance 2648, an ordinance amending sections 215263, 215400, 215420, 215450, 2111200 of the Land Development Code pertaining to regulation of short-term rentals. Ordinance 2651, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development HUD Community Development Block Grant CDBG funds in the amount of $409,823 and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2652, an ordinance amending the 2025 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of American Rescue Plan Act coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds in the amount of $261,250 for a co-response program in the Commerce City Police Department. Ordinance 2653, an ordinance amending Article 3 of Chapter 9 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code, revising the short-term rental registration program in the City of Commerce City. Your vote is open.
Yeah, that passes 8 yeses and unanimously and 1 excused absence. All right. Okay, so there was 5 items pulled by Mayor Pro Tem Noble, and we'll start with your first one.
I would like to discuss 136, 137, and 138 simultaneously. I know we'll have to vote separately, I suppose, but these are all payments for professional services for grant writing. Felsberg, Holt, and Ulevig, $400,000. Lotus Engineering, $300,000, and 11th House Solutions, $300,000. That's for 2 years, I believe. That's $500,000 for grant writing per year for these 3 companies. We had a speaker earlier who has done professional grant writing. I have also done professional grant writing and have worked with universities, so they've done federal grants. I simply don't know of anyone getting paid that much money annually on a flat rate basis. So that would, at most, it would be $50,000 a year per. But at the same time, why do we need 3? I don't even understand why we need 3. It is true that we allocated $1 million in August of 2023 for grant writing services for a team of people. 3 people was the concept that we discussed at the time. One would write, one would coordinate and work with agencies, and one would keep track of money as it was coming in. The idea would be that this money, this $1 million in ARPA funds, these are American Rescue funds from the federal government, would be repaid with new money. New money is generated money that is not anything in the pipeline. It's not money we've received before. That didn't happen, and here we are at the end of the year, some 17 months later. It seems to me that there may be a need to move money quickly because there's concern about what the new administration will do regarding clawing back funds that aren't expended yet. But I think even more importantly is that it's entirely possible that the options that were available to Commerce City in our position of being an environmentally unjust environmentally community, whether it involved environmental proposals or transportation proposals that we learned about in March of 2023 when we were in Washington, D.C. They were ready to give us money, and we did not apply for those. I cannot approve this. I cannot approve these contracts. I would rather see at this point, because there is not going to be the money available to us that would have been available to us, I would rather see this money go to the $7.5 million that we're using in the core city so that it actually goes to work. I do not want to waste it on grant writing companies that are being far overpaid for what they might be doing, especially since there are 3 of them, $400,000 and 2 at $300,000. Over 2 years, of course, that is $500,000 per year for the 3 organizations. It's just far too much, and I can't vote for this.
Okay. Any council members have discussion? Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question for the city manager. Can you kind of share the rationale for the dollar amount, and then if it's reallocated, is that sometimes the dollars are earmarked, do you have to go to another process to earmark it to the core city?
Yes. So let me start with the latter question and then come back around to the former. As it relates to allocating the dollars, one, we'd have to see about the availability due to partnerships that we're accomplishing or working with across the ACT program, Advancing Commerce Together program, with that $7.5 million. There may not be the bandwidth or capacity outside of what we've already subscribed and who we're intending to work with for them to take that on. There's nothing saying that we couldn't look into that matter, for instance, with, upping the dollar amounts to our emergency rental assistance program, for instance, right? But that would have to be a conversation had with our partner. If that reallocation does not occur, then obviously that $800,000 or plus is returned back to the Treasury Department per the updated rule that we were just made aware of. Similarly, when I think you talk about, I'm trying to remember your former question was in relation to the rationale of approaching with 3 grant writers externally versus internal review of a process?
Just the cost. What brought you, because it costs $500, $400, $300, like how'd you get to that point?
That's actually based on engaged conversations, and the staff would be able to talk into more details about various spend rates on the number of hours it takes for us to submit a grant, the activity that we would anticipate with what's already been established through federal funding through the end of 2025, and what we believe would be accomplishable year over year based on that. So it wasn't just something picked out of the sky. It's something that we've had engaged conversations on.
Is there a possibility so I guess what I'm hearing you say is that the idea of reallocating that amount of dollars to the nonprofit or the organizations you're working with for the core city, that's going to be a big influx of funding. that they may spend or may not be able to spend. Is that correct?
Yeah, and be able to get contracted by the end of this year, right? We've spent an inordinate amount of time leading up through the October 14th meeting where you received a presentation about how we were going to spend this money. And we had always communicated to the council, this is how we were going to spend this $1 million with respect to the grant writing. If we're going to shift from that, we're then going to need to once again go back to that drawing board and see who may be able to assist us in other aspects of that by December 31st or sooner than that, quite honestly.
Thank you. And with the funding to the grant writers, is there a return on investment in terms of when they talked about the pricing? I get that, right? The pricing versus the task. Was there like an assurance, like if you're spending this much, and I know grants, I worked in the grant industry, so I know like it's always, you write them and do your best, but why these folks? Was there a percentage that they return, or what's the rationale behind that?
So when dealing with a dollar amount over $250,000, and particularly with the amount of interest that's been communicated on this, both from the council and the community, it wasn't appropriate to do a sole source for this matter, to go directly to one versus another. So we did an RFP based on our needs, based on what's been communicated, and we received proposals, and from there we made the selection that best met our needs to accomplish the goal of being able to have a return on our investment within that. I would say as we currently stand, we are at $5.7 million in return as it currently stands with what's been awarded to Commerce City. I believe we have $100 million plus pending to Commerce City. Once again, we don't make those decisions. That's based on the federal government and how they want to identify partners. And they've spent over 95 hours per application getting us to that stage of $100 million pending. So I would say the investment has gotten us to a stage to be competitive. We just can't make the selection committee select it, but we're in the best position.
Just what I'm hearing you say is that we're 100 million pending. That's based on number of applications that they've 95 hours per organization. So the $1 million in this, or the money that's already spent, has been able to potentially yield almost 100 million right now, right? That's like the potential. Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm getting the head nods from my staff, but Mr. Tolbert, if you want to correct me if I'm wrong.
I will add to that a little bit. So the 95 hours is for federal applications.
Yeah.
That's what the firm tells us. It's spread over typically 6 different disciplines that work on them. So we've spent to date about $170,000 in the last 6 months. It took us 6 months to get geared up and get started good, get people on board. So we spent about $170,000 across all 3.
But the amount of grants you're asking for is up to 100 million right now.
So right now, the pending applications are 100+ million. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay, Councilmember Chacon.
It was my assumption that we were going to build city capacity for grant writing, not just contracts. Why was it assumed to do contracts? Because it feels so short-term rather than having a section of the city that constantly goes after grants.
Great question, ma'am, and I'll tackle that one. We're still evaluating how we grow that team. I think there's a number of different factors of how we look at that, particularly with the stage of where we're coming into the end of this cycle of an administration, understanding that there may be a change of a new administration, how that was going to shake out and what may be some of their priorities. We wanted to retain and remain flexible so that we could then look at how we grow with where some of those orders may come down. It's hard to hire staff and undertaking activities when that staff may not have work to work on. So understanding that we knew where we're going to be through 2025, there was a comfort level of being able to continue to level up with our consultants and continue to evaluate where we stand with what may be the new administration's priorities so that we could then respond accordingly and then really think about how we grow our internal process.
So were these selected after election?
Say that one more time, ma'am?
Were these selected after the election? Because we still need to grow a certain level of a grant space, because even if it's not necessarily just for the administration, it's still for a level of partnering with nonprofits or other organizations in that way that I feel we're missing a complete equity gap.
Yeah, so these were already pre-existing contracts that we had. The question was, do we extend for a year or two to buffer us to see where we're going to see any potential changes, reductions, and or influxes based on new administrations coming on board. I will also say there is a component of when we received the new rule from the Treasury Department that this was also a way to help us bridge as we continue to evaluate the resources internally, and because there's nothing that says that we can't balance between starting externally, going internally, but if we don't start somewhere with those dollars, we ultimately will then lose that, and those are not, we don't have those appropriated under our general budget, so it becomes a little bit more of a academic exercise for us to be able to get forward, but with this, we can still remain nimble to be able to make those changes accordingly. So that's what I would put forward to you, ma'am.
And given the disparities of our community, it's almost what makes us unique. We're not just a disproportionately impacted community, but we have different disparities. Why were these chosen? Were they chosen for equity? Were they chosen for some type of representation? Why specifically these grant writers? Because I've also written grants, federal, state, and otherwise, so concerned about their narratives.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and take a look at the proposals, ma'am, and based on the RFP that was released second quarter of 2023 when we move forward with this effort, and the evaluation criteria that was used, making the selection of those through our procurement process. So I can't speak specifically to the points of how they stood out well over a year ago, but there are criteria where we do look at being able to work with obviously disproportionately impacted communities, being able to work with NPOs and partnerships with what we've been able to account for in the day applications that we've applied for, but the actual specifics I just don't have at my fingertips.
And I'm just kind of concerned about, honestly, the city being ripped off because of these grant writing services overall, because if they really were concerned about working with us in this space, that's an exorbitant amount of $500,000 for 3 different contractors. I would ask that we go back as a city staff and really reanalyze that, maybe with those of us that do work in grants a lot, with highlighting disproportionately impacted communities, just at the least to get a better deal than this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
So did I hear correctly that they were already with us for a year?
Yes, ma'am.
Now so how much did they bring us in that year?
Currently 5.7 million, and we've got 100 plus million pending.
And how many grants are for the 100 million?
I believe the last number, Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, was 47?
47 submitted, yes.
47 submitted.
Okay. There's a boot camp that's coming up through National League of Cities, and I definitely want to sign up for that, so I'll be asking council at a future time to have permission to sign up to take those. Those are free. You have to commit to like a 3-month period, and there can be other people from the city who will take them, but knowing that they have been in place for a year and the money was raining out of DC at that time, and now we're looking at something that's going to be much more difficult in obtaining these. This just kind of seems over the top here. 47 grants for 100 million. They really didn't bring in that much, and there were 3 of them. And then has anybody looked into, like, when I saw the headline from the Colorado Sun, Thornton's Solid Power gets 50 million from feds to expand and prove out EV battery technology. That just blows my mind. Did we find out maybe how they did it, if we asked them and to share information? Because I know the mayor there gave a class at the last municipal league conference that was in Levelland to talk about working regionally. And, it just feels like we have missed these opportunities, and now we're allocating $1 million to split between them. I understand it's over the course of 2 years, but we've already given them the opportunity of having it for 1 year. If we went a different route, we'd have to do it by December 31st, is that correct?
Yes, if we wanted to go a different route with the allocation to the 3 firms to be dispersed throughout other aspects of the ACT program, I suspect you would want to do that by December 16th at the latest. And why I say that is that's the last meeting at the council level, which obviously any potential appropriation is going to be outside of my authority to do administratively.
Right. But there is a possibility that $1 million could go back into, it could go towards the ACT project?
It could go back into the larger program. The question would be is who would be willing and able to assume that additional grant funding or potential funding from that $1 million within what we've been able to negotiate to get under contract? And would we be able to accomplish that part of a negotiation by December 16th?
It just seems like we're trying to spend this quickly so it doesn't go back, but I don't see that we're spending it wisely. So I appreciate the fact that the Mayor Pro Tem really went through this consent agenda to see this so that we could really look at it. I just would like to reevaluate the situation to see if we can come up with something better. So thank you for answering the questions, though. I really appreciate it.
City Manager Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a couple questions for council, because obviously if the direction by this body is to want to shift that $1 million, what is the programmatic or policy guidance or leadership that you all would be giving me to address that matter? Because obviously you all have expressed grants, and I believe we most recently adopted metrics that were resolved to spending $1 million towards grants over the coming year. Additionally, I guess what I'm hearing is that we've left money on the table, but given that we've got 100 million plus pending in applications submitted to the federal government, I'm just seeking clarity on what have we missed? Because I think that's important for my staff and I to understand, because 100 million is still nothing to sneeze at, but as I think we all know, not every grant's created equal. And I will give an example in which we had a chance to go after a grant, but it would have required us to have to match in kind, dollar for dollar. So if we wanted to get 20 million, we would have had to match 20 million from our general fund. So that's not an appropriate grant to go after. And so understanding that, how do I and my team communicate to you all what you're looking for when it comes to things that, while you may have expressed a desire, but it may not have been fiscally responsible or led to structural imbalance from a fiscal responsibility for the city? I ask these questions because they're important for us as we go forward.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at the supplemental information, which I hope everyone got an opportunity to look at in their packet on the grant writing contract amendments. FHU, which is the Felsberg Group, got $55,771 for this year to date for the grants that they had worked on. 11th House Solutions received $49,858 to this point for the grants that they may have worked on. And then Lotus Engineering, it was at about $43,000, which brings it to less than $100,000. The proposed amendments would enable the city to meet the federal ARPA funding obligation deadline of 12/31 by fully showing the $1 million allocated to the 3-year grant writing program, which was theoretically last year. This obligation deadline is important to minimize the risk of returning unobligated funds. So that was what the issue is. I would far rather see logical to return to these groups, to have someone actually help us who knows, who staff trusts, to explain how to do these grants and how they should charge. I am shocked that these 3 companies would say it is okay to receive this kind of money for the next 2 years, over the next 2 years. I don't even understand how they think that's okay. I would much rather see more than half of this money go to the Brothers organization and do the repairs that they're offering to do that are part of their contract with the city, to do the things that the people in the audience who come here every Monday night and talk about problems in the core city could actually have those addressed. It could have been possible to apply for grants that would have covered this same expense, but at the same time, these ARPA funds were essentially a grant. We don't need 3 companies making application on this. At worst, we need 2. We also hired somebody in this slot, or not we, the city manager hired someone to do grants, Dr. Sanchez was part of writing the RFP with Armando Guardiola in 2023 when we were looking for people. So I have no idea what's gone on in the meantime, but those are the challenges. And I would just personally like to see this at least cut in half, and half of it go to the organizations who are going to do something for those folks who are in the core city.
Jim Tolbert, did you have something to say?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify a couple of things. We have spent this year a little over $150,000 with the 3 different firms. They're each, one of them is $49,000, 11th House, Lotus $47,000, and FHU $55,000 that we paid to date for those. When we put out the RFP, we asked them to tell us what their specialty was. FHU is infrastructure, so they're the ones that have helped us with our federal grants, the RAISE grants, the CRISI grants, any of the infrastructure grants that we're going after. They've got a bunch of experience working the Front Range and doing that. Lotus/Pinion, who is a sub to them, were the ones that we selected to do environmental grants. That is their specialty. Lotus, for those of you that were here, will remember They're the ones that drafted, working with EPAC, our Sustainability Action Plan, and then they worked helping staff EPAC for a while. So they've got a lot of community experience. They've got environmental experience. 11th House is out of DC, and they said their specialty is housing. They've done more housing and miscellaneous things than anything else. And until we got our new lobbyists, they were helping keeping us informed on what grants were available out there so they could keep watching them. We did hire a person in-house. She has been managing those. Again, 47 applications submitted. So it's a lot of coordination, a lot of work that she does, in addition to helping out, writing, editing, reviewing the application. So that's where the money's gone. It is not a flat rate to any of these, and it's cumulative. So there was $1 million total. We've spent a little over 150. So that leaves a little less than 850 left. And it's billable by the hours they put onto it. So it's, if we have an amount, it's a not to exceed amount for that company. Now, we could reallocate, but we've got to do that very quickly. It's unfortunate. We thought we had complied with all the Treasury Department rules, and we got hit at the last minute with, we changed the rule, and now you've got to have all this under contract. If you hire people, they've got to be employed on the payroll by December 31st to be able to pay them with ARPA dollars. So we are scrambling a little bit. We to feel like that we've, the return on investment, it may not be what we thought we got, but $150,000 for 5.7 is not a bad ratio when you're using and doing grant work. But we went through the RFP process, as Mayor Pro Tem said, and we hired the people that we got that had a success rate behind them from having done work previously. So that's kind of the history of how we got here.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, you said you had one more?
What about talking with them about a flat rate contract? That is not unusual if you're putting someone on, a contract basis. And why 3 companies?
Because it was 3 companies, because as I said, they all had different expertise. Lotus has never done an infrastructure, FHU has never done an environmental, an EJ grant. And so we were looking for people and trying to find people that had expertise in the areas that we were most interested in. Flat rate, no grants created equal. Some of them are real simple, short, they don't take a lot of work. Some of them are extensive, and so billing by hourly rates that are built into their contract, and its actual hours worked is the most efficient way to do that.
At $400,000 a year, you would think they would be able to do a flat rate contract.
It's not $400,000 a year. It's a contract.
Over 2 years, $200,000.
But it's based on their hours. If they don't put in the hours, they don't get paid $400,000. So if we don't have grant availability, they don't file the applications, they don't get paid unless they actually work on it and turn in their billable hours with their invoices and show us what they did.
Then if they don't get paid, doesn't the money go back to the federal government?
Well, if we don't expend it in some way, it does, yes, ma'am. I mean, it appears to. If we don't expend the money by the end of '26, then assuming that that's what they do, they claw it back. And we thought.
Mr. Tolbert, you were with us in DC in March of 2023. You know what was said to us in these agency discussions. You know what was said. But here's the problem is that I won't be able to vote yes on this. I just won't be able to do it. EPA won't be here for us. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mr. Tolbert. This discussion is clarifying because I'm just going to repeat what I'm hearing, just so I'm clear. That the strategy now is to look at 3 different agencies that have different topic areas, right, to diversify grant making from infrastructure to EPA support, et cetera, right, 3. And what I'm also hearing you say is that this is a retainer well, 200,000 a year for 3 years or 2 years, correct? Like, it's billable hours, in some ways, a retainer from these agencies, and that's also contingent on what grants they go after. My experience working on federal grants versus local grants, I understand a lot of federals are more complicated. And the question that I have, or first of all, is that, as I'm listening to this discussion, does that capture that accurately?
That's correct.
And the urgency is that because of the federal change in procurement, it has to be identified in actually contracted services versus the plan to attend funding, right? If not contracted services, the money will be gone immediately.
So what happened is when they first came out with the ARPA dollars, they said.
How many years ago was that?
It was 2 years ago.
2 years
I think
ago,
is
okay.
when we first got the opportunity. They said you have to obligate your funds by the end of 2024.
Okay.
The interpretation of obligate at the time was you created the budget for it, which is one of the items that you approved tonight. We found out about 3 weeks ago that they had obscurely changed that interpretation to the funds had to be under contract by the end of 2024.
Correct, that makes sense.
Or they were subject to clawback. And that was when they didn't widely publicize it, they just
Yeah.
put it out there, and we got lucky and found out about it.
Yeah.
So that's why we only found out about it 3 weeks ago, and we've been working to get, well, thank goodness we had a lot of things in motion.
Okay.
And we're able to get most of it under contract at this point.
And so if it's different agencies, around 200,000 each agency a year, that equates to maybe, if we had our own staff and benefits, it's maybe 4 people that in this time, my understanding, in this day and age, it's hard to say you're on a contract, you're going to have a job for only a year, maybe, right? That's hard to retain and attract employees without the guarantee, like this is a permanent job within the city. Is that correct?
That, and we also, again, knowing as long as the administration that was there, we were probably going to have flow of grant money, not knowing what might happen when that changed. You don't want to have people that you've hired for, the next year that you don't pay. But, so you could count on each person annually being 100 to 120 with a salary and benefits.
And benefits, yeah.
That we have to pay, so.
So this is the best approach, in your opinion, for what we have available right now, and it continues the opportunities for grant writing beyond December for another 2 years for grant writing services. Is that?
That is
the way it's-
correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Sorry, City Manager Roger, I just wanted to clarify what I'm hearing, because this conversation helps. I'm glad it was raised.
You are correct, and the process internally, we call that is a limited term position. And limited term positions obviously have their own unique difficulties from recruiting, attracting, and retaining staff because you're working with a period of time frame that you may not have job or benefits afterwards. Okay. We do not do a lot of limited term hirings for that simple reason anymore because of the troubles that had been with trying to get those positions filled.
And the benefit of working with a firm is that is a guaranteed professionalism, right? Versus you hire limited term, you don't know what you're going to get. It may be great, maybe not, and then it creates a rotating door, right? Does that sound correct? From my experience. And just overall, this is the best solution, and it's the best solution that you're coming forward with to ensure we don't turn a lot of money back. But we also leverage the money to look at the key priorities that we talked about in grant writing. Does that sound right?
I think that's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you for helping clarify that.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. So these 3 firms are involved in the 100 million for the 47 grants for the 100 million, right?
47 that have been applied for to date.
Okay. And is our city staff working, the grant department working collaboratively with these?
Absolutely. They couldn't do it without the city staff involvement.
Okay. And then I know when we were talking about putting this ACT project or program together, one of the things that we had talked about was the possibility of people who owe very little on their left on their mortgage. They've almost got it paid off, but they're in a situation where they may have gotten into an arm, and so the rate escalated, and then their insurance went up, their taxes went up, and so they're having a hard time making their mortgage payments. We had talked about the possibility of buying those mortgages out, and then the owner of the home would have to, I mean, they'd have to qualify beforehand, but they would then be on a low interest rate, something that they could afford so that they could keep the house. Are we still thinking, is that part of the 7.5
That was not in the proposal that we have. That's something we'd have to spend a lot of time developing a program, looking for funds. I don't think we have enough money with what we have now to even approach doing that on a substantial basis. And we don't have a program outlined to do that at this point.
I mean, I'd hate to see some of our people lose their home when they only owe $45,000 on it, but they can't afford it anymore, to have the bank come in and take it because.
I understand council hadn't said that was a priority, and at $45,000, we wouldn't be able to help many people, if that was an average to be able to do it. But
out of a
again, we
million.
don't have a program outlined to do it. We
If you-
do have a program for mortgage and rental assistance.
Yes, right, but I know of some people who are in that situation, and, I know that was part of the discussion. So I'm just trying to look at this to get the most bang for our buck. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, we've got all of these people in place who are supposed to be professionals, and they were supposed to have been doing the work, but we haven't seen the results, so. But again, thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tolbert, for the information. And by looking at this summary here, it looks like they're contracted, well, what was paid for them through October 31st of this year, which you already explained, which roughly was $153,000.
Right, yes, sir.
So if there are efforts, I mean, I could see maybe extending this 1 year or so because of what's in the pipeline. But to me, it really has to show that the benefit of having them, and the rewards is great. And I haven't, from what I see here, I mean, this has been nice if we had this throughout the year. Hey, this is where we're at with these grant writers. This is what's coming in. I know I had asked for some information, and it was given to me when I was in Sacramento of where our raise grants was at the point. But, just if we don't ask, we don't know, right? So, yeah, that's a lot of money for 3 years when I think we could do things better. What have we done in the last 5 years before we had these three firms? Who were we using for grants?
We've not used anybody, and to answer your first question, Mayor, we've put out a grant report every Friday in the city manager's weekend review. Now, we can make sure that you all get that more directly, but it's not as though that we've not shared the activity over the course of the year with council. But we've made more inroads with using three firms for grant activation and consistent activity than what we've done in the last 5 years. And even during my 5 years at the city, this last year has been the most impactful with what we've been able to receive.
Okay. And I didn't mean like we haven't received anything. I know the information out there in the weekly report and all that. for our citizens and for us to actually as well. But as far as this, you know, being a study session or so, or bringing it up to, hey, this is where we're at for the year, that was my, where I was getting with that. All right, so I think we talked about this enough. Anybody want to propose a motion or so, or vote on it? Well, Councilmember Dukes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 2024-136.
Okay. Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
Okay, we're doing one at a time here, correct? Okay. All right, we're starting Resolution 136.
Resolution 2024-136, a resolution approving an amendment to the professional services agreement with Felsberg, Holt, and Ulevig FHU for grant writing services. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 5 with 3 noes. All right, on to the next one. Okay, on to the next one. This is a resolution authorizing amendment to the, do you want me to read it, or do you want to? First for Resolution 2024-137.
We need a motion and a second to introduce.
Oh, sorry.
Mayor.
Need a motion, Councilmember Kim.
I'd like to make a motion to approve on first reading, I'm sorry, approve 2024-137.
Okay, Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I'm going to be voting no on the next two. The specialty for the infrastructure and transportation made sense to me, but the next two don't make sense to me, given the changes that will be occurring this coming year.
Okay. All right, ready?
Resolution 2024-137, a resolution authorizing amendment to agreement with Lotus Engineering and Sustainability for grant writing services. Your vote is open.
Okay, that is 3 to 5. 3 yeses and 5 noes. It doesn't pass. Okay, on to Councilmember Kim.
I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 2024-138.
Okay. Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
All right. Okay, a motion and a second has been made to approve 2024-138.
Resolution 2024-138, a resolution approving an amendment to the professional services agreement with 11th House Solutions for grant writing services. Your vote is open.
Okay, that is 3 yeses and 5 noes. It does not pass. All right, 2 more. Resolution 151. Resolution authorizing the, okay, good.
Thank you. I have a question. This one is for the rent support. It's $250,000 for this company. Do we need to set aside any funds for the actual rent or mortgage support?
So the 1.6 million, their contract will be 1.6 million. They will be paid to administer that, but we're contracting with them for the full amount that's available so that we get that under contract. And then they will be making, actually make the payments for us. So they'll take in the application, review them, make the payment, do the reports for us for all compliance as we move forward. So that money is contained in the actual contract once we do it.
Yeah, and I think what's a little confusing, ma'am, is the whereas clause within the resolution where it talks about will exceed 250,000. I think that is just a clarification to the authority in which my role as a city manager does not have the capability to approve outside of your actions being taken tonight. But that second whereas clause to Mr. Tolbert's position is clear about being assigned the 1.6 million.
All right, that was an important one to me, so I wanted to make certain that the money was there for the rent and mortgage allocation, and I am fully in support of the city council making decisions on $250,000 plus allocations. Thank you.
Thank you for asking for clarity.
Okay, any other council members' questions? All right. City Clerk, we're ready.
We need a motion and a second, Mayor.
Oh, sorry. Mayor Pro Tem Noble, do you want to make a motion?
Yes, make a motion to support 24151.
Yep. Councilmember Kim,
Second.
any discussion? Okay, seeing none.
Resolution 2024-151, a resolution authorizing award of a contract for emergency rental and mortgage assistance program to the Community Economic Defense Project. Your vote is open. Mayor Douglas?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I pushed it, sorry about that.
That's okay, thank you.
Okay, that passes 7 with 1 no. All right, is there one more?
Ordinance 2650 as well, Mayor.
Okay.
Ordinance 2650 amends the 2024 budget by revising the American Rescue Plan Act funding appropriations and authorizing the expenditure thereof. And I just wanted to pull this from the consent agenda because I think it's important for our community to know that we have allocated the nearly 7.5 million for these various purposes. The last time we spoke about it was in a study session rather than in a full council meeting. So could someone on staff please speak to this program?
I think that there may be a little confusion, ma'am. This item before you tonight is only for a component of that.
Pardon me?
The item before you tonight is only for a component of that. This is only looking at the community well-being division's acquisition of 2 vehicles in the amount of 200,000, and then a clerical error with respect to the original appropriation ordinance for that 7.5 that needed to be corrected.
With the 12/31 deadline looming, how do we protect the balance of the funds that equals 7.5 million?
By the actions that you've taken on some of the other items tonight, being contract or allowing me to negotiate a contract with partners such as Habitat for Humanity, Brothers Redevelopment, and the Community Economic Defense. Since we'll be under contract with them, that will obligate under the Treasury's new rule those funds so that it cannot be clawed back. No different than this. This is once again appropriating those dollars specifically, which came out of that October 14th meeting where we needed to make some adjustments for those staffing aspects. But those were in addition or after the fact of the original appropriation ordinance that you all had heard.
So those three companies that you just named will be performing the responsibilities outlined in the ACT program for the 7.5 million. That's what we will be paying them?
Correct. So between Habitat Humanity and Brothers, if you look at their resolutions, it speaks up to that, that category of the ACT program was approved for 2.5 million. So these two firms will be able to split that 2.5 million and to provide that into our community for housing and livability. Excuse me, housing and livability.
And then how is the balance of the money not going to be going back to the federal government?
Mr. Tolbert?
So you got the 2.5 that's in the housing and livability. 1.6 that you just approved is part of the rental and mortgage assistance, so that's 4.1. And then we've got 2.5 that we'd already allocated to community well-being that's already budgeted and as part of what they're doing. Tonight, this just shifts 200 of that to another fund, but it doesn't change the amount. And then we've got several smaller contracts that are 100, 200,000 for various things that do the different categories that are outlined, the food equity, the environmental, and some of those things that help to get those under contract. So we're real close to having all 7.4 under contract.
Okay, and will that be accomplished by the deadline?
That's what we're shooting for, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so anything under 250 we're not seeing then?
Right. We're following our normal procurement process, do an RFP and go through the interviews and award. But we're already working with the attorney's office on almost every dollar of that and getting the contract.
All right, that's great. And I hope that the city will be publicizing this information as well in the coming months so that our community knows how we reinvested these funds into our community.
We just had a meeting with Slate Communications last week as part of our team, and we're getting ready to roll out the whole publicity. We're going to do signs to put up at every place we do any work to show that we're doing it, and a number of other things just to get information out there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other council members, questions? All right, need someone to make a motion. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I move to approve ordinance 2650.
Councilmember Kim?
Second.
All right, have a first and a second to approve 2650? Ordinance 2020-60? Sorry, 2650, sorry.
Ordinance 2650, an ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the City of Commerce City by revising American Rescue Plan Act funding appropriations and authorizing the expenditure thereof. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes unanimously, 8 with 1 excused absence. All right, on to ordinance on first reading, establishing the Metro District Advisory Commission. Before that, I'd like to extend the meeting by an hour. Motion to extend the meeting by an hour. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
So moved.
Okay, Councilmember Chacon?
Second.
All right. Motion on the floor is to extend the meeting by 1 hour.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes with 5 yeses and 3 nos. All right. Okay, I will invite Jordan Roberts, Senior Policy Analyst, to make the presentation on establishing the Metropolitan District Advisory Commission.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. Jordan Roberts, Senior Policy Analyst at the City Manager's Office. Staff has put together a brief presentation regarding this council request. Per council motion on July 15th, staff drafted legislation to create an independent commission composed of 9 residents, no council members, with equal representation to oversee and review metropolitan district activity and report any findings back to city council. The 9 members would be composed of 2 residents from each ward and 1 at-large resident. The goal of the MDAC is to ensure accountability of metropolitan districts in Commerce City. An overview outlined in the ordinance, MDAC shall oversee and review Metro District activity and report annually to the City Council any findings. The commission will work with city staff to engage outside professionals to perform audits of all Metro districts within city limits. The commission shall meet as necessary to perform its duties. Professional service fees shall be funded through an annual oversight fee charged to Metro districts. There is no time limit on the MDAC, so think back to your BREDAC or the Comprehensive Plan Advisory Committee. The commission would establish its own bylaws and operating procedures to address the number of meetings and the format of its annual report. With that being said, that is a very high-level, quick presentation that staff has put together outlining the ordinance in front of you tonight. We've also included in this presentation a current map of all Metro districts in the city. And there's a PDF version attached to this item, and then you should have gotten a printed out version as well. With that being said, we will leave this up to discussion.
Thank you. Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Roberts, for this presentation altogether. Reading over the deal itself, right? So, and I know what we had discussed before, but I mean, had some second thoughts to it. So my recommendation would be is that we actually change it from having a representative from each ward to representative of each ward that does have a metro district. And I guess this does appear to have that. I mean, am I missing that based off of your? Looks like there is one in 39. What is that in Ward 1, and then you have one in Ward 2.
It does appear that there's one just to the northwest of Adams 14, and then at the very south, just below 270. Sorry.
Okay. And the majority of the actual metro districts are in wards 3 and 4?
Oh, yes. Use the microphone.
I am. It's right here.
I can't hear you.
The majority of metro districts are actually in wards 3 and 4, correct?
As it appears in the map, that is correct.
Roger that. Okay, so again, and it looks like there is one in wards 1 and 2. Is that right?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Kim, could you please repeat that question?
It appears that there is a metro district existing in wards 1 and 2.
It would appear that way, yes, sir.
Copy that.
Yeah, Mr. Jordan, if I may just clarify, if you looking at this map, the current boundary for Ward 2, the southernmost boundary is 56th Avenue to the south. Number 72, which is the Triangle Logistics Center Metro District, actually falls within Ward 1, which includes what have historically more commonly called the southern industrial area of our city, which is south of 270 down to its border with the city of Denver. So we currently actually do not have any metro districts in Ward 2.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
Okay, thank you.
So, okay, yeah, I guess where I was trying to get at was the fact with the membership, right? We're talking about comprised of 9 members, 2 members per ward, 1 at large, 2 at large members to the extent practical. I mean, just going back as far as what we discussed previously, what was approved previously, what was brought before tonight, is of that, if I'm understanding this correctly. And my recommendation is the fact that we do have representation as far as 1 from each ward that has a metro district, with another 5 or 6 at large is my recommendation versus what's actually written within Section 4. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. The question I have a couple questions. One is, how does this play with Victory Crossings? Based on some conversations and what they're doing over in Denver, I'm assuming that there's metro districts for Empower Field. Will this impact Victory Crossings as well if there's going to be metro district needed?
I think that's an absolutely great question. I wouldn't be remiss in saying that I think there's going to be a point in time there will be a request of you all as a body of exploring a metro district for Victory Crossing. I can't say any more than that because that's all that I would say I know right now based on the amount of infrastructure and development and how to fund that going forward in the future for that particular project. So in the future, there's a possibility that, yes, there could be one there if the Metro District moratorium is no longer in place and their development is able to move through various approval processes.
And my other question, thank you, City Manager Rogers, and Joy, thank you. One question is, the original intent, as I understand this, was to have a stand-in body to really look at, we had a couple audits this year, and just provide some oversight and transparency around what's happening with the Metro District, but also insight that we get from council in a more public setting. I wrestle with this because I think the intent of this makes sense. But does this add value to you as a city staff in terms of having this extra committee? Or will this create more work for you to even have this other body kind of do the work you're already doing in some ways? Or not, they're not, my understanding, they're not conducting an audit. They'll still have to work with city staff to work with the auditing team, right? But my big question is, does this add any value? If not, I don't know if it's necessary.
That's another good question. I think understanding what was the initial purpose and intent, and obviously once again I go back to you all as a body have expressed significant interest in and around practically anything and everything that has been metro districts within the Commerce City boundaries. So there is some benefit from gaining bandwidth. I'm not going to say it's a huge amount because there is still some partnerships and coordination that we're going to have to run through procurement on behalf of the commission. So there are going to be some additional steps. There's nothing insurmountable to kind of get to the same point with what we've presented to you all this year with the Butler Snow and the Hilltop Securities. But once again, the other aspect of that MDAC was you're hearing a voice that's not staff, and you're hearing it from a trusted body in addition to staff to help give weight to some of the information that's being presented. So I think there's some opportunities for building credibility with that work that gets presented to you.
Okay. Anything else to add to that?
Nope, I think City Manager Rogers explained it perfectly. It wouldn't be anything insurmountable, and we would make it work.
But I guess the value add, if there's a second, it's an advisory committee, this would be very similar to Parks and Rec advisory that they just provide advice and recommendations, not policy, right? Is that kind of what you're assuming?
That's how it's currently considered to be constructed, but yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Roberts. I believe this is your first presentation, or have you done one previously?
I sat here for the audit, so I don't know if we can count that.
Okay. My question is about the funding of the commission. It says through the annual oversight fee that is charged to all metropolitan districts. Could you, what is that?
Thank you very much for that question. I am actually going to pass that over to City Manager Rogers, as he can speak a little bit clearly to that.
So, great question, ma'am. The annual oversight fee was adopted with the Metro District Ordinance Regulations back in November 27th. That oversight fee was to allow for staff to gain the necessary resources to perform the audit, no different than what we conducted this year. When this matter of creating the MDAC came forward on July 15th, the oversight fee was raised again. And what we had shared with that, with the council at the time was it would be imperative for us to have the conversation with the MDAC about its responsibilities, duties, what it would undertake, and what would be necessary for them to conduct that audit, to which then we would establish that fee based on that level of review and analysis that would be year over year. We've begun to do some initial projections of what it costed us to do that initial audit. That was around $45,000. We have 74 metro districts, so that on estimate would put a fee with what we know today, with not having spoken to what the MDAC may want to see or do in addition to that, at around $550 a metro district that's been approved. Obviously, that fee would be diluted to an extent as you add more metro districts if that was ever to come about, but that's with what we currently have today, around $550.
Do you remember, was oversight fee its technical name in the Metro District regulations? Because I looked for it and
Yeah, it is. It's under section 13-1003 fees, and it's subsection B. The title is annual oversight fee.
And is it for existing metro districts?
As well as new, yes.
Pardon me?
It's applicable to both new metro districts that would be approved, if approved, as well as existing on an annual basis.
As well as existing?
Correct.
Okay, okay. Have they been notified of that?
No, ma'am. We've not notified them of the fee. I think we were working towards that with the adoption of the regulations, as well as in parallel with some of the other research that we have been doing. And then with the formation of the MDAC, the motion that was made to look at the oversight fee being a tool to help fund the efforts that MDAC would need to conduct on behalf of the organization. So we've done some internal work, but we've not brought forward, like I said, a fee schedule change, because once again, we want to have that touch point with MDAC first to make sure that we're not missing anything about what would be the relative cost that we would split equally across those 74 metro districts.
Okay. And then with the 74 metro districts and the fact that there are so many in wards 3 and 4, none in Ward 2, only 3 in Ward 1, the commission itself isn't laid out in a way that that works for me either. So at this point, I don't see a good argument for doing it.
Okay. Any other council members? Anybody like to make a motion? Councilmember Dukes.
I'd like to call the question.
To make a motion?
Make a motion, call the question, to approve the Metro District. I'd like to make the motion to approve the Metro District Advisory Committee.
Okay. All right. Is the motion on the floor? Councilmember Kim.
I'll second that.
Okay. All right, the motion on the floor is approved as drafted, introduce ordinance 2026 by council as seated and approved on first reading. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Another concern for me is that since it's the annual oversight fee is the only monies available according to this for overseeing and reviewing, plus the education that's going to have to take place and so on for folks. I'm just really concerned about how this is going to work. So I won't be able to support it in this form.
Okay. Councilmember Chacon.
I also will not be supporting. It is not equitable across representation of metro districts, particularly in 3 and 4. It is not on just our community to be specialized experts to protect themselves when we're not even going to pay them. And that is actually city staff's jobs. It was already mentioned earlier. So I don't think that this is actually even an equitable attempt from the city to really address metro districts with community outreach being an authentic representation. So I will not be voting for this.
Thank you. All right, I'm in the same position. I don't think this is needed. It's convoluted as well. We do have a metro district now that's going through a lawsuit, and this definitely would not help them. So, any other council members' discussion? All right, the motion on the floor is to approve as drafted, introducing ordinance 2622 by council is seated and approve on first reading. We're ready.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that fails 2 yeses and 6 nos and 1 excused absence. All right. Okay, on to Resolution 2024-155 IGA with Commerce City Housing Authority. Do any council members have questions for staff? Councilmember Kim.
Not necessarily a question, but City Attorney, I think you and I have discussed this before, that whenever a motion is going to come down, I would need to make a motion to recuse myself regarding this topic. Is that correct?
So let me clarify, and I believe I communicated to you, the information that I provided you 2 weeks ago, I believe, was the conservative read was to recuse yourself. I have done additional research on this. If you do not have a personal or financial interest, then you do not need to recuse. However, I can understand if in a conservative read you would like to recuse yourself because you are a board member, then you may do so, if council so approves.
At what point maybe would I be able to make that motion then?
Given the fact that the resolution is now on the floor, I would recommend you make that now.
Okay. So kind of with that said then, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to recuse myself from this, even though I do have no personal or financial gain in this. It's more so just for optics sake that I recuse myself, since I do reside on the board itself.
Councilmember Dukes?
Second.
Any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I appreciate your desire to recuse yourself, but when we have a city council member who is the liaison to the housing authority, one of the things that's hoped for is that we actually are provided with information and insights that we wouldn't have if we didn't have a liaison. So I will support your desire to recuse yourself, but it also indicates that in some cases it doesn't make sense having a liaison because it's not helpful in our in informing us, keeping us informed.
Okay, a motion on the floor made by Councilmember Kim and second by Councilmember Dukes is to have Councilmember Kim recuse himself on this resolution 2024-155 IGA with Commerce City Housing Authority.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 7 with one excuse absence and one not voting. Okay. Is that a sight at a hearing? All right, back to the resolution 2024-155 IGA with Commerce City Housing Authority. Any council members have questions for staff? I have a question. This has to do with Councilmember Douglas.
I don't really know where to start with this. I interact with so many of our constituents who come to me looking for help, and so many of them are residents at properties that fall under the, and I don't know if this is the right word, the purview of the housing authority. And from my perspective, this allows them to operate with no oversight, none whatsoever. And to me, there has to be some kind of accountability. They are serving the city of Commerce City. And, you know, their excuse is that these properties are privately owned, but yet they need the housing authority and the city to exist. And I can't support this resolution. Right now, I believe we have a city employee who is acting as an executive director, but I don't believe has that that authority as, and I just don't know what to do with this. Just knowing the conditions of the properties and the fear that these people live with because they're so afraid of speaking up about anything because they're afraid of retaliation, the passing the buck on who's responsible and who. I just don't get this. And this is supposed to be reflective, in my opinion, of what we provide for our residents. And it's not up to what my expectations are of fulfilling that obligation. So I don't even know what questions to ask on this. I don't want them to be on their own so they can do whatever they want to. I hear complaints from constituents about how they can't reach people there. They can't. My experience with them as well is that unless I call somebody from the staff, I don't get a response from them, and it's not until they have to come forward and do something, that happens. And without any oversight, it's going to be worse. I can guarantee you of that.
City Manager Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilmember Douglas, I don't dismiss what you're saying. I do hear your concerns. We've obviously have heard the concerns from our residents as well. And we don't take it lightly. I do need to provide some clarification, which may help you with some questions on what to ask and how to. But you raised this point about oversight over the housing authority. Currently today, they are a legal separate entity, political subdivision, and there is currently no oversight that our city provides on their activities or efforts. What they define as the roles and the duties and functions for employees that are working under the auspices of the housing authority, myself and others that are in your seats, do not have an opportunity to weigh in and or to give policy guidance, leadership, or administrative direction. So what you have before you tonight is really a discussion about, for a 2-week period between December 15th and December 31st, what level of support we would provide to the housing authority as it pertains to the financial resources and or professional administration being staff for that period of time. But this does not change how they operate, how they will operate, how they have operated. What it will change is what we've provided to them in that capacity for a very long period of time.
So don't they need the city to exist?
So the housing authority is established under state statute.
Yes.
Right, so they are an entirely separate legal entity.
Just like a metro district.
Correct, yes.
Wow.
I will add, and I've conveyed this to the body, there is oversight authority by way of state statute, meaning this body has oversight authority on the board and commission members. And I'm happy to expound on that if you'd like.
Okay. Councilmember Teeter.
I'd like to enter into executive session to have the attorney explain this to us a little bit better. So I'm making a motion, I guess.
You making a motion to go to executive session?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Need a motion and a second to enter an executive session, City Council, Commerce City, pursuant to CRS Section 246-402, parentheses 4 and B, for the purpose of receiving legal advice regarding the approval of an income agreement between the City Council of Commerce City and the Commerce City Housing Authority. Okay, Councilmember Chacon.
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Noble? No? Okay. All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Okay.
I was for discussion too, but I could wait until after.
Oh, well, go ahead, just discussion, go ahead.
My concern about this is that they've been corruptive to toxic to harmful at best in community. And it's been absolutely terrible that we can't have more oversight as it is over board members. It should be completely reformed. They're still a form of a nonprofit, correct?
Say that one more time, ma'am, the
Are
last
they
piece?
still a nonprofit organization?
No, they are under state statute viewed as a legal separate entity. They are not a nonprofit.
So with the types of harms that we've already actually seen in community, and I'm sure we'll discuss it in executive session, why would we offer them more support, I suppose, when we already know that they've been harmful?
I believe part of it was, and, this has been under discussion with them since they took action seeking to negotiate an IGA with the city since July. It's taken an extended period of time of what that support they needed from the city. There was a conversation that we as an organization had about responding to some of their terms and conditions. In particular, was this understanding of city staff transitioning from our organization to their organization and trying to make that as seamless as possible for the employees involved in that. And given that how our calendars internally work didn't necessarily align with the end of the year of what we would have, once again, thought about how our budgetary perspectives work on a calendar perspective. So if you look at the agreement, it talks about December 15th, because December 15th is when we actually close our year for a budgetary purpose. However, it then has a 2-week period of what happens to employees, what happens to equipment, what happens to some of the other items that were outlined within the IGA. So it's really trying to think about that coverage period for that 2-week period. Once again, trying to take the best interest for the employees that would be making that transition.
I can understand it for the employees, but just their whole program's ethics is really what I'm calling into question, because there are so many residents that have just by their conduct of trying to reach out to the housing authority, by threat of retaliation, they've had to reach out to other organizations even for legal representation. So I don't feel comfortable with the housing authority strong-arming us, and like I said, we'll go into more discussion, but I can't agree with the level of harm that they've already committed on community. I'm concerned about staff, but I'm concerned about community members more. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you, and I don't know if this is applicable now or in executive session, but my issue is with the wording of the memorandum or the introduction, the whereases. It could be used as a letter of recommendation. And given the number of complaints that we have heard about the Housing Authority, I have concerns about that. It talks about us promoting their self-sufficiency and self-sustainability, and it continuing to maintain a high level and quality of competent and professional administration. So I would rather the language was toned down considerably and just the facts.
Okay.
Mayor, may I recommend that you all do a roll call vote so that I know we have a 2/3 vote to enter executive session for the record?
Sure.
Thank you.
Your vote is open.
Okay, it's seven yeses. And then before we go into executive session, we need to extend this. Because right now it's, County, if we do a half hour, we're in there, make sure we give enough time to come out, have discussion and vote. So I'm asking, extend this meeting until another half hour, so actually up until midnight. Councilmember Teeter?
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I'll second.
Okay, motion on the floor is to extend the meeting till midnight.
One moment, Mayor. I'm going to grab Councilmember Kim for that motion.
Okay. Councilmember Ford, you had discussion?
No, I was just going to say we need to get.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that.
Councilmember Kim, there is a motion on the floor to extend the meeting till midnight.
carries. It's five yeses and 3 noes. All right. We'll begin the executive session for approximately a half hour. And, we will not enter executive session. Council return for executive session. The meeting broadcast and recording every May. Executive session is estimated to last approximately 30 minutes. All right, we're back. Okay. Need a motion and a second to adopt the resolution 2024-155. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Has the motion been made and seconded?
No.
Okay. I'll make the motion, but I would like changes to the document, which would include removing paragraph 4 and paragraph 6 of the whereases.
Just to clarify for the record, Mayor Pro Tem, the motion is to approve resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Commerce City and the Commerce City Housing Authority with the proposed amendment of striking the 4th whereas provision and the 6th whereas provision in the resolution.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes?
Second.
So the motion is to strike the whereas clause on number 4 and 6, is that correct? Is that to strike?
That is the motion, yes.
Any discussions? Okay, seeing none.
May I actually make one note?
Yes.
I'm just noticing this. And this goes to the motion maker. In looking at the IGA, there are similar whereas provisions in the IGA as well. So the 4th whereas provision in the IGA and the 6th whereas provision in the IGA are similar to the ones that you've proposed to strike from the resolution.
What page are you on?
On page 1 of the actual document.
All right.
So my
That's
question
what I was
was
changing.
So my question was just, I recognize you wanted to strike those in the resolution. Those whereas provisions
Oh,
also
okay.
live in the IGA.
The resolution and the IGA.
There we go. Okay.
Thank you very much. Is that okay, Mr. Dukes?
Yes.
Councilmember Douglas? There was. Councilmember Dukes did you have discussion? Yes.
So can I ask if there is a separation between the city and this housing authority, and this housing authority as it's separated from the city is not successful, what happens?
So if the question is, what happens if the IGA is not approved?
No,
Okay.
I'm asking if it is approved and this housing authority is not successful as a housing authority, then what happens?
Understood. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
I think this body has a couple of options. Under state statute, again, there are potential removal options of commission members of the existing housing authority. And this body could also consider alternative options or additional options, such as potentially creating a new housing authority and potentially dissolution of the housing authority. Again, that is something that my office has not looked deeply into, but we could certainly do so if directed by the council.
Thank you.
Question, so if this is approved, we still have options going forward into the new year, correct? This is not, this is not about decoupling, it's just them moving on in a different way, but we still have ability to draw things back, correct?
Correct. The IGA lays out the operational relationship between city staff members and the housing authority.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, we're ready.
Resolution 2024-155, a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Commerce City and the Commerce City Housing Authority. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 5 yeses and 2 nos. All right, and one no vote and 1 excused absence. Okay. All right, council administrative business. As you will see, there's no emergency or unforeseen events. The only thing that's on here is Pennock Center Healing Heart fundraiser. This is something I asked to bring forward. So I'd like to make a motion to sponsor Pennock Center's Healing Hearts fundraiser in the amount of $1,000. Is there a second? Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, I have administrative council.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I'll second that.
Okay. All right, the motion on the floor is to sponsor Pennock Center's Healing Hearts fundraiser in the amount of $1,000. Any discussion? Okay, we'll ask the city clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 8 yeses unanimously and 1 excused absence. So on administrative council business tonight, there is no action taken or for council administrative business because this was a special meeting. The only thing that was on there was the Pennock because it was brought forward last Tuesday. City Attorney, did you want to explain?
I can just restate what you stated, Mayor. So because this is a special meeting, and per council policy, no formal action can be taken on something that has not been agendized. So the purpose of administrative council business is typically to bring something forward for the body to consider and to make formal action on. So unless it's agendized, it should not be discussed. That said, in council readout, if you have an issue that you want to bring to council's attention, you certainly can. Just no formal action can be made tonight.
Okay, thank you. All right, on to report. City Manager Rogers, can you please provide your weekly report?
Thank you, Mayor. I will be brief. Staff was able to work with Boulder Air in providing a letter of support if they are selected, which would allow for engagement with council and our community about air toxins pollution. We have our annual holiday tree lighting next Wednesday, December 4th, from 5:30 to 7:30 here at the Civic Center. As it relates to some public works activity, we held a group of stakeholders for a tour of the 64th Avenue corridor as part of our corridor study. Staff with consultants and, staff with our stakeholders and consultants discussed the area concerns and desires for safety and transportation improvements to that corridor. You all have on your calendar the public open house to be held for the corridor study next Thursday, December 5th, from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. at Eagle Point Rec Center. In PD, we have an officer that has completed 32 truck inspections for his level 1 certification, which now makes him a mentor to other CCPD members within PD. The importance of that is that this formally allows the city to no longer be dependent upon other agencies for CMV inspections. So that's a plus. As you all know, we've been going down the path of CALIA accreditation, one of the highest honors for being viewed as a truthful and honest and forthright organization for PD practices. We are currently indicated to gain formal accreditation next November in 2025, which is 8 to 12 months ahead of what we had originally planned as part of our schedule. And then last but not least, there is new signage aimed at preventing overweight trucks from entering the Adams Heights neighborhood. Variable message boards are up at varying locations. We do have a construction company that has put up some barriers as well to try to dissuade from some of that activity going into the residential neighborhoods. Once again, it is one step amongst many that we are attempting to try to address some of the concerns.
City Attorney Lee Zarzaki.
I'll be brief. I will be out of the office on Wednesday. Deputy City Attorney Deanne Durfee will be in charge. And I just wanted to wish all of you and your families a happy Thanksgiving. Thanks.
All right. Is there any city council members have a report they'd like to make? Councilmember Teeter.
A motion or what, but when we have these special meetings, especially when they last 5.5 hours, I think that we should be saying the Pledge of Allegiance and have a silent prayer at the start of the meetings, even though it's a special meeting. And does that take a motion to have the Pledge of Allegiance said at a special meeting, or is that something we can just start working into the agenda?
It's something that we can just work into the special call that we send to the mayor to approve. So we'll keep that in mind for the next special meeting to include the Pledge of Allegiance.
But it just seemed like something was missing tonight, and that's what it was.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I just want to say happy Thanksgiving to everyone. Have a wonderful time with family and friends.
Councilmember Dukes.
Just happy Thanksgiving, and please be safe. There's a lot of, when you deep fry your turkey, and there's a lot of fires, and so please be safe, considerate, and thoughtful. The other piece is just as we go through this holiday season, I just encourage residents to slow down. On the way over here, there's another accident on Highway 2 and 96, and just, slow down. Take a moment, get where you need to go, and just, enjoy your holiday season.
Councilmember Kim.
Question for city manager. Earlier tonight, we actually had a resident that came up who spoke about the houses that's currently residing over at Veterans Park underneath the canopy. I think I saw something earlier. I just want to get a reminder here as far as when do we expect to see this ordinance to come before us with regards to the change in times?
I can jump on that. The motion that was made was for me to prepare, my office, City Attorney's Office, to prepare a legal memorandum clarifying the park's curfew, also an emergency curfew potentially. I also will be laying out just a summary of the other enforcement tools that the city has.
Roger that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, City Attorney. Maybe Mr. Rogers can answer the next question then. With regards to the resident that earlier, calls for service with regards to Colorado and that area there that Ms. Jackie Valdez has brought forward, and along with Mr. Keith Rogers, over the past several months, can you advise how many times they've actually contacted PD?
For Mr. Rogers, I can only say we've received a phone call from him, a total of 4, and that was across a one-day period. I'd have to look into the call logs for how many times we've received a request from Ms. Valdez. But I can speak with some confidence that we've only received 3 to 4 phone calls, and that was on one day last week.
And this is over the course of the past 2, 3, 4, 5 months, years?
Yes, sir. I would say we've had a significant call log from Ms. Valdez, but I just don't know to what specifics.
Okay.
I would say you all have received some information from me that you all may be able to glean from with respect to the total call logs over the course of a year and how we've also then parsed that down in particular.
Roger that. Okay, thank you very much. And similar to what the rest of my counterparts have mentioned, I would like to say, for those who believe in it, happy Thanksgiving. For those who don't, happy Thanksgiving. Hopefully you guys have a great time. That's all I got.
Okay. Councilmember Ford.
Given some of the comments that came up during citizen communication concerning the homeless folks, Saturday I was going down 60th Avenue under 270, and there is a motorhome sitting there in the right-of-way. I believe it becomes a situation of impeding the travel lane for eastbound traffic. And there is a large boat that is sitting in the right-of-way off kind of in the ditch, but it's a large boat, no trailer, just sitting in the ditch. Given the amount of people that I see dumping or trash that I see dumped on the sides of the roads, I would ask that the council or staff maybe can bring forward some new fines for riding four-wheelers in the street, dumping trash on the side of the road, municipal-type violations. One of those could very much would be appreciated if it had to do with parking RV that is unlicensed and unoperable within public rights-of-way, because I would love to have the opportunity to increase the fines to a rate that would discourage people from doing the type of things that we continue to get hammered on at citizen communication, and try to put an end to some of, I mean, it's circular. I mean, we do something, the problem's somewhere else, the problem's somewhere else, the problem's somewhere else. Literally yesterday, I saw a guy riding a four-wheeler down Highway 2, going over 55 miles an hour, standing up on the pegs with no helmet in the inside lane, northbound Highway 2 at Quebec. Thankfully, there was an officer to the north that I saw turn his lights on. Doesn't mean he was able to pull him over, because on a four-wheeler, he could just ride over the tracks and avoid contact. But behavior is getting out of control in our community. I'm sure it is all over the country. And, if people aren't going to start acting right, raise the fines. Because it's not okay for the rest of the abiding public to have to drive by and see piles of trash or credenzas and furniture and everything else in the ditches because someone's too lazy to go to the dang landfill like everybody else has to. So raise the fines to where it's cheaper to go to the landfill than it is to get caught dumping on our side streets. And I'll stop with my rant there.
Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving to all of our residents, our city staff, and the council.
Thank you. Councilmember Chacon.
Sorry to end it with a history lesson, but I wish a happy feast day, but I do not celebrate Thanksgiving. Just to be mindful, Thanksgiving is actually thanks-taking. It was a massacre of the Wampanoag and the Pequot nations. So the day after, maybe the city can consider doing it, is actual National Mourning Day or Native American Day, and it is specifically to address the genocide that continued after what happened at Plymouth. So just be mindful, it is happy feast day to all of our community. I hope that you're able to celebrate, especially in this time that was a harvest time with your families and your friends before winter time. But I would like to see if the city could expand on more cultural narratives, especially morning, the day after, instead of it being Black Friday, to truly know the history of National Mourning Day for Indigenous communities that not only survived, but we still have 562 nations that are still here to honor what they've been through as well. So with that, I would also be curious if we could start doing a land acknowledgement after we do Pledge of Allegiance to also honor the Indigenous peoples here, and so that we can reclaim a lot of narratives that are to the Colorado identity as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members have? Councilmember Douglas.
So I would echo your sentiments, Councilmember Chacon, and everyone. Enjoy your family and friends, yeah, I won't say anything more about that. There was a cultural council meeting on Tuesday, and it was a fantastic meeting. We got a lot accomplished. Went to the Adams 14 DAC meeting on Wednesday, and then I had a really good retreat meeting with the city staff on Thursday, and did go over and meet with Ms. Jackie Valdez and Keith Rogers, and I appreciate the efforts that the city has made. It'd be nice if the commercial vehicle sign was closer to Colorado Boulevard, so that the trucks don't realize that they are on the wrong street after they've gone a couple blocks down the street, because there's really no place to turn around. But yeah, people are doing whatever over there, and it's definitely impacting the people who live there. But that has a lot to do with respecting people as well. On Saturday, there was a fantastic art dedication for a beautiful mural that was put into Monaco Park. I want to congratulate and thank all of the cultural council members, and especially Melissa Summer for coordinating such a great event. She really did a fantastic job, and the people from the city who worked on a Saturday to make it such a fantastic event. It was a great turnout, and let's just keep up the good work. Thank you. Have a wonderful holiday.
Thank you. All right. I just want to start out by, last Tuesday, we had a Metro Mayor's, it's called a SDS, sorry, I don't know the acronym for it, SRC. Basically, it's presentations of companies that are doing innovative things within Colorado, and they made a presentation to us. One was driven plastics in Circular Economy Development Center. These are companies that are either starting up or already in process in Colorado by taking our recyclables that are pretty much have no home here in Colorado. They are collecting them, pretty much shipping them to Arizona. I know there's a company here that Commerciba is working with. And then there's another company that collects glass. And then Driven Plastics is a sustainability company that uses our plastic bottles and what's being thrown away, and actually through chemistry, they're putting them together for asphalt. So they have almost a 2-mile road in Pueblo that they've tested, and with big trucks going over them. So as far as the length of the the life of the road is just about the same as it is for complete asphalt. They are going to do a project here in Adams County. They're going to do one in Aurora. There's opportunities to do some here in Commerce City as well. They also take tires. There's 9 million tires in Colorado every year, and this company recycles at least half of them. And they can build those Jersey barriers out of rubber, and they have the same consistency as concrete. They're trying to get it where if they make enough of them, quantity-wise, that the price will go down, and something that you could use anywhere on the roads in Colorado. Let's see. Also met with Keith Rogers and Jackie Valdez, Jackson Seated Vehicles on Colorado and 68th. Didn't see any, there was some big, huge dump trucks that went down that street. They're just, they don't care about our codes, whatever. But I think what you laid out to put those signs, that's going to help. It really is. Saturday had an opportunity as well to unveil, with the unveiling of the artwork over at Monaco Park. And it's going to be, there's 3 different art displays, and they'll be up for a time period, 18 months, and they will rotate. So we actually got to celebrate the artist that put these projects together. And I encourage all the council members to drive by there and look at the artwork. There's going to be also extended out through Cultural Council to duplicate these pieces and then sell them so the artists could, if there's some of the proceeds could go back to the artists. And I also had the opportunity to talk with one of the park rangers because of what Tuesday night, there was a fire. I saw the fire on the picnic table, and then also tents inside Veterans Park. And I do appreciate the fact that our park rangers are going above and beyond to make sure they also go and monitor those parks, along with their police department. I tell people, if you have any issues, please call the police department. You can contact us as counselors, but really, police department needs to know about it. And then today, this morning, there was, on 72nd, there was a box of nails, and it disrupted a lot of people going to work because their tires end up collecting those nails. So again, people are reaching out saying, who would I talk to? Call 911. That's the best thing you can do, because they can come out there and make sure to separate the road and have someone come out and clean. And the last thing I want to say is happy holidays to our citizens, our employees that work very hard, and to those employees who will be working on Thanksgiving. I commend them for continuing to look out for us and allowing us to be safe on the road. So with that, we're going to adjourn. It's 11:54. Got 6 minutes back.